And so I know, and it was never threshy or anything like that. So I didn't really trim it that much. Plus his feet, his heels, and his frogs, everything is super hard. So it's really hard for me to even trim it. And so that, and I think with the periople maybe is holding him back. So I've been trimming a little bit more on his periople. But
Okay.
I don't know how long it takes for the bar to start growing and connect with the wall.
Um, it just depends on how much that foot is bent, that bent because that whole back of the foot, since the all that heel, the sidewall, the buttress, the bar, and the sole in that triangle,
Uh-huh.
from what you see on the sole up into the collateral groove, over into the frog, up into the sidewall to the hairline, that whole thing gets moved into a different place. And then so it's growing, it's still growing pretty much everything. Well, some of it isn't, because if some of it gets like smashed kind of in a weird way or bent under to where the tubules get covered up by something else, then
Mhm.
that part won't grow. And so
Okay.
so so what happens is it gets moved from its true position, and then it grows those parts from that position, and it binds them there, and that includes the frog. Because when you're trimming those heels down incorrectly, it's pulling, it's like your ear. Every time you're pulling it in a different direction and holding it there, just pulling it a little more and holding it there, and pulling it a little more and holding there. And then the hoof capsule grows from that position to bind that foot right there and
Okay.
stuff. So, but the thing about it is, cartilage and fat have, like, how they talk about memory foam, because it will always go back to its original shape.
Yes.
That's kind of what you're dealing with there. Is that, well, in a lot, it wants to go back to where it was. And so if we can just uh like destabilize, say, really what we're doing in corrective trimming to try and get the foot to go where it wants to go is we're kind of in part destabilizing the foot, because as the foot was incorrectly trimmed, or as a horse overwears his foot, um, uh, with each time the foot is moved, the back of the cartilage pulled down, thing or whatever's going to happen there, then the foot stabilizes there, and well, it stabilizes, and the horse adapts to that lack of function, because every time something is changed to where the foot is changed at all internally, it's going to affect the function. And so the horse, it starts low in the leg. The other parts, if the foot isn't working, they have to adapt a little. And so it's in increments, usually, that it happens, unless, somebody comes and just with one fair swoop butchers some horse that had good heels, which happens quite a bit. Okay, so the horse adapts, but he's losing function the whole time. He's losing correct function, because that foot has to function a specific way to be able to help all that other stuff going up the leg, the tendons and the ligaments and all that kind of stuff, like the suspensory ligament and the deep digital flexor tendon, and all everything, the way everything works, you know. So what we're going to do is we're going to destabilize everything. We're going to change the boundaries that it grew to just enough so that things can move and the foot can grow that capsule from another location. It may not be, it's not going to be the perfect location at first. Okay. But at each trim, you just kind of help it along a little bit. So that frog, okay, now, yeah, they teach that because I did this too, didn't trim the frog. Don't trim the
Yeah, I
frog.
never
Don't
touched
trim
it.
the
I never. I mean, like, if it wasn't peeling or, unless it looked threshy, and it's never looked threshy, so I just
yeah,
kind of left it alone. And I always heard that, oh, the frog should have contact with the ground. It
yep,
works like a pump. All that bullshit that
yeah,
I know now is wrong. When I heard you say one time that the frog acts as a suspensory device, that it moves up and down
yeah,
and
suspension.
provides suspension, that just blew my mind. And I wanted to change things immediately.
That's
So,
awesome. Well, I'm glad that you noticed that and that clicked with you.
yeah,
You know,
that's what did it for me. Because if you listen to any of the other barefoot trimmers, and I was on a lot of barefoot trimming Facebook groups, and you would be surprised how many times you hear people go, those heels are too high. You need to take those heels off. Take those heels off and get it down to the sole plane. And now I realize how wrong that was.
yeah,
Um, and I never really trimmed the wall of the heel, mainly because it just didn't seem like that was the right thing to do. But
hmm,
I can't tell you how hard his heels are to trim. Like, they didn't want to come off.
yeah,
So,
good.
um, but he's never, the whole time I've had him, had a bar. Like, I mean, you can see it's really just like part of his soul, but it doesn't like stand up. There's not really much to remove. It doesn't like,
Hello? Uh-oh, we lost contact. Wait a minute. Can you hear me? Hello? Something happened. Oh, we lost contact. Hello?
Hello.
I think I got muted.
Oh, okay. Something
Okay.
happened.
Yeah. Okay. So, but anyway, I was talking about his bar and that he really doesn't have one. And there hasn't been anywhere where I've researched where anybody's talked about, why doesn't my horse have a bar? And so anyway, I'm hoping that you can demystify it
Okay.
for me.
Yeah, it sounds interesting.
So,
Now,
how do I get pictures to you?
can you
Do I
send
post
them
them
to me
directly?
in Facebook Messenger? What,
Do I need to
let
friend
me
you
get a,
first?
yeah, no, you don't want to do that. I might believe in stuff you don't like.
But that's okay.
You know, I I would love to just be friends with everybody, but
Okay.
you know, I'm obnoxious, so not obnoxious.
Of course you're not.
I just think certain things, and maybe I just want to help horses and people, and you know, some people probably wouldn't appreciate some of the things I think and say. So
Well, guys, don't believe
Okay.
her. She's not obnoxious. I spoke to her for two
I don't
hours.
think
She's
she is.
lovely. She's absolutely
Okay.
lovely. Don't let her
So
fool
I'm
you.
going to send you his front hoof before I trimmed it the other day.
okay, let's see. Oh gosh. Well, let's see. I'm lost. I'm lost in Windows for a second. So,
Well, I'm sending these pictures. So,
oh, I see him here. Okay. Let's here.
he has big feet.
Okay.
Um, and the other question that I had was, if the measurements that you use when you're mapping, are they the same for a horse who has a large foot? Like, I think wears a size 5 boot.
Oh, okay. What kind of horse is he?
He's a Canadian.
A Canadian. Is that like a type of warm blood?
It's technically a warm blood. They're actually the oldest breed in North America. You might have heard of them called Cheval Canadian or Canadian horse.
I kind of
Uh,
have. Yes, I have.
I think there's somebody else that I've seen somebody else in the group that has a Canadian. Um,
Yeah,
he's 23, and I've had him since he was 3 years old, and he's been barefoot his whole life.
he's 23 and you've had him since he was how old again?
Since he was 3.
Okay. Okay. Well, am I sharing? Can everybody see that?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So what I usually do is I take these and you right click on them. You can do this. You can right click on them and it says save image. Okay. And well, wait a minute. Before I do that, I'm going to go into my files, into pictures. You can go into pictures and go up to the top and you hit new folder. And I'm going to make a folder. Well, I hit new folder and now I can't find the new folder. Second. Okay, and well, I'll hit it again. I don't know why it's not letting me do what I want to do here. There we go. Okay. New folder, and I'm gonna put Terry on there. What's your last name, Terry? No, you don't have to tell me. We're on YouTube.
No, it's
Okay.
Cherry. It's Cherie, or you could just do them as his name is Limage, Limage.
Okay. Lam.
Lim.
Oh God. I got a fan going in here.
It's okay. It's like the word image, but with an L in front of it.
Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna put LIM there. I'm good.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna make me a file there, and then I'm gonna take his pictures and put them in that file. So I would come over here and I would right click and it would save image. Do you see that on the screen, everybody?
Yes.
Okay, so I hit save image, and then I'm gonna pick the file here, which I had LIM. Come here, thing. Put that in HIJKL. There we go. Okay. And I'm just gonna save that in there. Now, when I open that, okay, so I'm gonna switch the share here to the file that I saved. Okay. Okay, so I switched the file there. Now, Windows Photo Viewer to me is the best because I can make it, well, I got a new share, so I'm going to new share on that. I believe I am. Okay, so same picture, but now I'm in Windows Photo Viewer. And so this way I can make it large or I can make it smaller. If I reduce the whole window, I can make it a lot smaller. Is that making it smaller on your screen?
A little bit. Yes.
Am I making it bigger there? Probably
Try
not.
making it bigger.
Did that make it bigger at all?
No.
Okay, probably what I got to do is do a different kind of share. Just a minute here. I kind of want to spend a little time showing people this so they can learn how to work with their own photos in Paint or in some whatever program they want to use. So let's see here. Okay, advanced. Oh, advanced. See, you used to be able to do whole screens here, but I guess we just can't do that anymore. Thank you, Zoom. Anyway, okay, I'm going to go back here. I can't show you exactly what I want to show you because they won't let me do whole screen where you can see more than one screen at a time, more than one window at a time. But if you hit the little squares up in the right-hand corner to reduce it to a smaller size, then you can even make it smaller. Like here, it's as small as it's going to get. I can make it bigger like that, or I can make it smaller. But if I make the windows smaller, I can make it even smaller. And the reason you kind of want to do that sometimes is because you see different things with different views depending on the size of the picture. Sometimes it's good, and it's really good to get so you can see these feet when they're just even tinier than your fingernail in a picture on your phone, and you can tell what's going on with that foot. So the reason I like Windows Photo Viewer here too is because then I can flip it around so I can look at it just like I'm holding it. See there?
Yes. Okay, that makes sense.
So when you do pictures,
I actually took it that way.
Yeah, I know it. What is with that? That really irks me that when I use a phone and I took the picture that way, that it wants to flip it the other way around. And it does that to everybody. So I don't know what that's about. Probably just to irk us. I don't know. Technological stuff. Okay, so this way I can really look at it. Now, I'm going to even reduce it to where it's smaller. You can't really see me do that here. But when I click on the little square to reduce, like, you got the minus sign, you got the square, and then you got the X. Then you hit that minus sign. I can make that smaller. And then if I, put my cursor on the side of the window, you know how you can take a window and make it bigger and smaller, reduce it way down? I can get that way down and look at it. And see, when I look at it now, I've got it real small. You can't see it to where you guys are. But when I look at this now, I can see, to me, it looks like his lateral bulb is pulled down and forward. And
Okay.
that's really common because that is the heel that usually gets accidentally over trimmed the most. See, because every time you lower a heel, it pulls the cartilage down, pulls the whole bulb and the whole cartilage down a bit. And so when people don't understand the whole configuration of this, now I can see it even better. Now that I made it smaller, and now that I'm looking at it here, okay, I can see it. You see the difference in the bulb in this side and that side?
Mm-hmm.
Can you kind of there? Okay.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, so this heel, that means this heel is trimmed out a little more, and it's pulled this cartilage and this bulb down and is holding it down and forward more than this heel. So that's the first thing I see. So, okay, so I'm going to go back to the computer or the messenger photos, and just a minute here, do a new share. Okay, and I want to emphasize here that the thing that we're doing that's going to be different from everything that has ever really been done before is we are going to get a precise and exact understanding of what is going on with these feet, because I don't want to have my life blow in and blow out and no changes made in the hoof care industry, because what is going on is a nightmare. It's a nightmare. I know the history of it and stuff, and I'm working on writing that so people can really, really understand the depth of the depravity that of the systematic torture and abuse that is going on in the hoof care industry, and they are wholly oblivious to it. They blame it on everything but how they think about the anatomy and how they trim. So I just wanted to throw that in there, that what we're doing when we're looking at these feet, we want to really understand what's going on, because if we don't understand it all, we'll lose it again. And then the horse, he's just doomed to have people whittling on his feet and slow crippling him and slow torturing him the rest of his life. And this has been going on, documented historically for the last 270 years by different writers, and now me. So when we look at these feet, we're looking for understanding what is really, really, really going on. What is the true foot? Now, because in our studies, we have come closer to really understanding what the true anatomically correct foot of the horse is, then we can look at these pictures and we can use that knowledge to look and see what is not right. Somebody told me a story one time, the way they used to teach people to recognize counterfeit money, they didn't show them the counterfeit first. They showed them what the true bill was. So they knew it inside out. So then if they looked at something that was counterfeit, they would notice that. So that's what we do when we do these hoof evaluations. Up to this point, we have a certain knowledge that we absolutely know is correct on the structure of this hoof capsule, on the way the inner foot is. And so when we look at it, okay, then we're going to see what's not correct. Okay, so looking at it now, some things I see here that are correct, got some nice heels. Oh, hold on. Husband came home. Have to tell him something. Okay, had to tell him his chef salad was in the fridge. Okay, so one thing I see here is that what you were telling me, yeah, he has nice heels. You've left some heel on him, so you're really fortunate. You know, so many people don't have anything. You know, their bulbs are not just on the ground. These bulbs here can be literally pulled under the foot. See, so and they're starting from that position. So everything you've done here, you've done a really good job. I mean, a lot of times you won't even see here where you see how from the pastern the foot comes to right here and then it extends out. You see how the wall here kind of has a slant and is extending out. I mean, this foot is in very, very good condition, because a lot of times you won't see this at all. These heels will be so close together. The feet are always contracted, because trimming the heels down incorrectly starts to contract these heels. So this, to me, so far is looking good. Okay, but we don't, base everything, of course, just on one view. Okay, so
I wouldn't say it's definitely I would say he has healthy feet,
yeah,
but I would like to tweak it, because
you bet.
it's my belief that, especially as he's aging, I still ride him. Well, this summer it's been so hot and I've been so busy with work, and I just got over COVID.
Oh, wow,
hope you guys never have to deal with that. Anyway, so he hasn't, the last month I haven't ridden him that much, but when the weather's good and I have the time, I ride him 5 or 6 days a week in dressage, and he does upper level movement, and I do the work to keep him balanced and sound. As a matter of fact, when I don't ride him, he's not sound. And
wow.
I think part of that is because there's something going on in the foot that I could do better that might help him. And I think it's that heel buttress, the growing that what it looks to me like is that the sole is really flat and it doesn't fill in the buttress area.
Okay.
If that makes sense, even though I've never trimmed it out.
Okay. Well, see, now this view already, I can tell something's going on.
It's higher on the inside.
Well,
the tubules don't line up. They have a wave on the inside.
Yeah.
And he does have that crack. Although after I trimmed him this time around, that crack is almost gone. But the crack has come and gone. Like over his life, he's had it, and then it's there, and then it goes away, and then it comes back. So I don't really know what causes it.
Okay.
It's been really dry this summer, so I think that's why it's worse. But it could be my trimming.
Well, it's not. I'm pretty sure he's got a perople frog, not a real frog.
Okay.
Here, we're going to look at this just a second here. See, that's why you can look at the back of the foot. Okay. We saw the front of the foot right away because of the divot. We know something's up right there.
Right. That usually is there's a coffin bone loss, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to think. I was showing a foot the other day, an inner foot that had that divot, and it became so common right here that there was a guy that did a book. It was called Horseshoes, Horseshoeing and Horseshoes, Their Origin, Uses and Abuses. His name was George Fleming, and real wonderful book that he did back in the late 1880s. And he thought it was so common to see this in these horses. And when you look in the hoof capsule, you'll see it's in the toe too. And so he thought it was a part of the anatomy, and he called it the toe stay. See,
Wow.
he named it just like back here. Gracie Clark, one of the first 3 veterinarians that graduated from the Royal Veterinary College in London. Okay, he studied and shod horses for 40 years and researched feed. And he's the one that discovered the frog stay. He named the frog stay back here. Well, just a minute. Well, George Fleming named this little thing here. I mean, can you see how it deviates here?
Yes, and I've seen x-rays of his hoof, and I know he does have a notch in his coffin bone.
Divot. Yeah, a notch.
Yeah.
And so George Fleming called it the toe stay because he thought that it was there to make the foot stay in the right place in the capsule. See what I'm saying?
I think it follows the coffin bone.
Well, what it is because, okay, you don't have any bars because when I look, we're going to see here because I think do you have a side view here somewhere? That's a minute here. Okay, right here shows us that your foot is pretty bound. Okay, that his bulbs are twisted and spooled in, but that the perople is just covered everything up in this nice little package to where when you're looking down at the foot, like in the first picture we looked at, it just looks like everything's pretty normal and okay. You don't have any bars because the bars are bent up into the foot. And see your cartilage, even though this is not a good angle, maybe there's a better angle. See, when you take these, you want to try and get back here a little ways so you can see what the
Let me see if I've got one. Hold on. I'm sorry. I apologize. I took these pictures for me as a reference, and I might have an older one, just so that I could compare, and I wasn't planning on sharing. And then when you asked, I'm like, I'm just going to share the ones I did that I took before I trimmed the other day. So bear with me for a second.
Even without that, I already know that his cartilages are spooled. They're probably spooled because because his heels are trimmed out. That's not his real heel. It's sidewall that was in front of the heel over time. And this could have happened when he's growing up just slowly because the frog never got trimmed right. Because these horses have to wear down that frog, and that hoof capsule has to keep renewing as these horses grow and stuff so that the back of the foot can extend fully the way it's supposed to. And so, this, especially with frogs, okay, their feet can get spooled in. Now, do you know what spooling is?
Yeah, I've been watching your posts and videos enough to know And I see a lot of horses that definitely have it. And I think I've thought, oh, my horse has nice big feet, nice big heels. He doesn't have any issues. I don't trim the heels. And, you know,
Yeah.
he has an issue. And I'm thinking it's because I never trim the frog and I've got the perople is bounding the foot.
That is it.
Here's another picture I took. I think this was a few weeks ago. So it's not as recent.
Okay.
I don't know if that helped.
Here, I'll have to go out of this. And oh, it hasn't come through yet. Gonna have to wait a second. Oh, there it is. Okay, that's a little bit better and stuff. And that really shows us that yeah, the back of his foot is not extended like it should be. His cartilages aren't extended like it should be. There's no bars because the part that has the bar in it is rolled up. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Well, let's
so
look
how do I
at
fix that?
well,
how do I'm like I'm so traumatized that like I have like all along I've been thinking he's had good feet and then I'm like maybe he doesn't.
Because that happened to me too. In 2019, wish 1919, maybe not. In 2019, I was looking at my horse's feet and I thought they looked great.
Linda,
yeah.
Linda, I have to turn 4 horses out while we're doing this. I'm going to put you on mute so you won't hear it. But if you ask me a question, it'll just take me a second to take you off of mute.
Okay, sounds good.
Linda,
okay, so I want to look at the sole here. I didn't really get a good look at that and put it in a new share. Wait a minute. Yeah, see, this has been going on with horses for, well, let's say you just take a good full inch of the back of the foot away from them by rolling it in and covering it over and making it look like it's a normal foot, but it's really not. You've taken a full inch of support, if not more, away from the back of their foot. Always go to this example. Hopefully this computer work. I need more memory. Okay, hopefully it won't get, it's been freezing up on me here lately. Aha. I think it's going to work. So we always go to this example of, where are you there? You see. Okay, see this horse here. So I've told this story many, many times about this horse. This is Anna from Sweden's horse. And I believe I was helping her in like 2016 or something like that. And I didn't know any of this was going on. I was, well, it would have been 2017 because I learned about the heels in 2016. So I didn't know any of this was going on, really. I just know that this gal sends me pictures of this horse's feet and they look like number 1 over here. And I know that that's not right. Okay. Now, if I would have looked at any of these others, this is the same foot, 6, 7 months later, 8 or 9 months later, I wouldn't have known what we know now.
Linda, could you zoom out a little bit because you're too zoomed in for us to see the whole.
Okay, how's that? Does that work?
A bit. Still, it's a bit zoomed in because you can't see the full, because of that sign configure camel studio.
I wonder
as
why.
You can't see the back of the heel and that bulb on the top right.
Let me see. I've got a bunch of pictures in here. So let's see if we can find some here. Let's see.
Are you sure your picture's not zoomed in?
Oh,
Because I can see the full screen on Linda from Linda.
oh,
Yeah. It's better now,
okay.
but
Now,
it's,
how about now?
yeah, perfect.
Okay,
You can see everything.
oh, okay, good. Okay, so the way that the real foot is more like what you see down here, and that is still a bound foot. Man, my ear is hurting. Just a minute. Something's going on. Okay, don't croak. You still got work to do. Okay, there we go. So this is my first experience in realizing something was up. I never seen anything look like that ever. And so the reason the foot looks like this is because this was over in Sweden and they do Strasser trimming over there. Strasser trimming and natural hoof care, Jamie Jackson, all the same thing. In fact, them two were in league together for a while. Now, we need to tell people that we learn the history of hoof care here as well, so we know why things are a certain way. The foot will respond to how you trim it and form into different things. And so when you constantly take the heels down to try and, like, I'll show you here, just a minute. New share. Okay, so you see here's her foot. This is the foot that the natural hoof care movement says is the ideal natural foot, the foot off a wild horse, the rear foot off a wild horse that wore its heels out and died in a BLM roundup. That these horses can get old and their feet can wear out is a fact. There's a wild horse group, Salt River, Arizona Wild Horse Advocates. Okay. They just posted a picture of a horse there. I believe he was 27 and he just died. He was a wild horse. Okay. And so they did a tribute to him. And there's other groups, advocates that have been watching and photographing these wild horse for years and advocating for them with the government and stuff like that because of these environmental groups that want them off the land. Like enemy number one, not just to horses, but to people, is the Center for Biological Diversity in Scottsdale, Arizona. They're the ones that got all the logging shut down. Hey, nobody thinks that every tree in America ought to be ripped out by the roots, right? But there is a benefit to logging, to wise use of the land. Well, because of them, got most of the logging shut down. They get everything shut down by suing the government over the Endangered Species Act. They'll come along and said, hey, there's a worm that lives there. And because that horse's foot made an imprint, it might kill that worm. And so we're going to sue you to make you administer the law of the Endangered Species Act. And you're going to have to round up all them horses and get them off the land. That's what's going on over here. It's not the rancher that wants these horses off the land. It's them. So, and the point of telling you all that, so you know, and so that you know that these wild horses, people say, oh, well, they die young, they aren't this. No, man. They're some of the healthiest creatures you will ever see. And they can live to a very ripe old age. You know, I can show you pictures of wild horses that are a ripe old age, like stallions that had bands, but then, you know, later they got kind of old and had a younger stallion run them off, you know, but they still live a long time. So this is the foot, the rear foot of an old horse that wore its heels out. And so the author that promoted the natural hoof care movement starting in 1992, okay, he acquired this foot from BLM the Palomino Valley facility in California, which is the biggest adoption center that BLM has. And so between a person by the name of Dr. Hildred Strasser, who was a vet, let me tell you something, just because somebody's a vet doesn't mean they know what they're doing. Doesn't mean they know a horse's foot. But when
That's for damn sure. And not because I know a lot of vets.
yeah, there you go. So these two, Jamie Jackson, who claims he studied wild horse feed wild horses from 1982 to 1986, and Hildred Strasser, who was a German vet. Okay, see, the thing they both believed in was ground parallel coffin bone, that the coffin bone is flat, and that to make it that way, you had to have a 30-degree hairline. So, well, how convenient. Just find this old dead wild horse's back feet just happen to have a 30-degree hairline, which would give it a ground parallel coffin bone. And this became the centerfold model for the barefoot trimming natural hoof care movement, which is an industry now. And every single group, every single person, including me, okay, stems from this. But the only one that got away from it was me. All right. That's not saying anything for me. That's just saying, thank God my horse kept telling me this is a lie, this is a lie, this is a lie. You know, for what? From 2005 to 2014. So I did this trim. I tried to get this foot on my horse. It just never worked right. So this gal's in Sweden, and she buys this horse and she starts learning to trim its feet, but she has not been taught anything. So she doesn't know how to take the heels down. Let me see here if I can find something for you. Oh, okay, why isn't my thing working here? Okay, it's decided it's not going to work. Hold on.
Do you want me to send you her account again, that lady you're talking about? If it's the same one?
Oh, she's no, that has nothing to do with her and
Okay.
stuff. What she's lucky, she was lucky in at that time in that she had not learned a lot from anybody, but that was a year ago, because she was talking in the writing or title at the bottom of there about how she had learned more sense, and I thought, oh, that's not good. You know?
That's the same thing that the other lady, the one I spoke to you about yesterday, replied to me. And she said, and just for the others who are listening in, there was a lady I found on the internet who's actually doing the hoofs of her own horse, but she's not cutting the heels off. And it got me by surprise. So I sent her profile over to Linda. I was like, Linda, look, your word is spreading, I guess. And I contacted that lady herself. I said, where did you learn to keep the heels as they are, long? And she said, well, I'm self-learned, but I've learned it differently. I've learned a lot more now. So now I'm taking the heels off. I'm like, don't do that. And I sent her your link. And plus I found one of your students had already reached out to her a month ago, actually rectifying it and telling her that, no, don't do that. And I think his name was Fairbank 3387, RD Fairbank 3387. So he was like, this is worth a watch, but go to the anatomically correct trim tact and you should not trim the heels. So I thought it's the same lady.
Oh, well, thank goodness somebody reached out to her. You know, what a nice gal. You see, here's the thing. Have all these people that just want to do the best for their horses, teaching them to do the worst. And then when the horse winds up lame or not right or this, they blame it on what they ate. Say, oh, well, it's diet. Well, it's the whole horse. Well, you need a chiropractor. Well, you need a body worker. Well, see, everything but the trim. Okay, so right. I got this picture back. Well, thanks for reaching out to her. That was wonderful. And isn't it interesting that you shared her video with me and I watched it and I told you beforehand what was going to happen?
You did. You said that she's okay, but people are going to mess up her mind because she doesn't know much. She doesn't do any mapping, nothing. She just picks up the heel, cleans it, and doesn't even clean it actually, just trims it, but trims it well. And
Yeah.
you told me that they're gonna change her mind, and that's why when I reached out, she's like, "Yeah, I don't do it anymore." I was like, "No, don't," because this is exactly what Linda said you're gonna do. So just go back to what you were doing before. It's the right thing.
Yeah, see, friend, and I know that from experience and from seeing what's going on out there. Okay, so this picture here, now this is a 3-year-old wild horse up here in the left-hand top corner. And you see this is the heel on that horse. Now, just a minute here. Oh, please, I'm asking this thing to please stay together. Just a second. This was all of her horse's feet, all 4 feet on that horse. So just a second, I want to find something to prove a point. Okay, so that's her foot. Okay, this is a picture I'm looking for. So this gal didn't know how to do the trim, right? So she didn't know you should keep taking those heels down like that. And so she let the heels grow, not even realizing it. See, the foot wound up looking like this when the heels grew out. Otherwise, they keep taking the heels down and the foot would look like this. Now, see how similar that is? See, you really got to learn to recognize forms.
You're showing
you-
thumbnails, Linda?
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Okay,
How's that? Can you see that?
better.
Yep.
Okay, so here's the foot. She bought the horse. She's riding the horse and she started trimming the horse, but she didn't know how to trim. And she found me. Okay. And so, and this is really before I realized that this, see, it was all around the same time that I started realizing that this foot was the poster child centerfold for the barefoot movement, and that we'd all been led to try and trim our horse's feet into this model here. And so, so she gets this horse, and instead of trimming it like that, taking the heels off where the bulbs are on the ground, see, do you see the similarities? If the foot was trimmed that way, she let those funky little heels grow to where it looked like that. And so if she was taking the heels off and I saw that, I might not have understood a lot of things. It might not have set me on a journey, but when you see something that looks like that, that looks like the odd man out, you know? And so I started helping her, not really understanding exactly what was going on. But eventually, the foot started getting bigger and bigger. And then I realized that, well, that's, like I said, that's when I realized, hey, we're trying to make all feet look just like this. And I said, well, that's one dead wild horse that wore its heels out. And I don't even know if I knew it belonged to Jamie Jackson then. But I remember, I got that other, that other hoof community tack, some hoof community. I had that for quite a while, and that's where I was communicating with her on. And this lady writes me this really nasty letter, and her name was Jill Wills or Jill Willis, and she is like Jamie Jackson's BFF, right-hand man, runs the organization, all that kind of stuff. Man, she was mad as heck at me. She said, you better take that down. You better not say that anymore. If you say that, we're going to sue you. Because I had said, look, the whole barefoot thing is basing your horse's trim on one dead wild horse, with a shriveled up foot. I didn't know at the time that supposedly, as soon as he got the sample from BLM, he ran it over to some taxidermy and had it freeze dried. Okay. Well, you know what? I realized she couldn't sue me. She couldn't do nothing. So I just kept saying it. And because it's true. It's all based on one foot. So now to tie that together, when I was trimming my horse's feet into a form that looked like this, when I gave up thinking I will never get that wild horse quality foot, and I was very frustrated and tired of seeing my horse sore footed, I did not trim him for a year. Well, maybe knocked off long edges a couple times. I didn't take pictures. I gave up. I didn't take pictures. I didn't do anything. And then after a year, I thought that horse is going to waste. I'm going to sell him. I brought him in. We took pictures of him, or find him a better home than what I thought I was giving him, where he would be useful. And so then I thought, well, I should take pictures of his feet. And I took pictures of his feet, and they had turned into a monstrosity. You see this here? That's a monstrosity. That's not a horse's foot. Anybody should be able to look at that and go, something ain't right there, you know? So let's go back to her original picture here, just a second. Okay, new share. And I will show you as well the picture of my horse's foot, what it turned into when I didn't trim it for a year. Now, everybody should know, if they've been in barefoot, how they want to keep you on a short trim schedule. Like it's like every 3 weeks. And the reason is because if you don't keep somebody on a short trim schedule, if that thing starts to grow out, you start seeing what looks like underrun heels and all kinds. The toe will shoot forward and all that, because that's what's really there. That's what's really going on with the foot. The internal foot is being altered to such a degree that it is growing a monstrosity. Okay, so we're back to this. So you can see here how much of this foot is missing. I mean, look at the back of the foot. This is like the whole, all the suspension is back here. The whole foundation of the foot. I mean, the foot was not meant to walk on the coffin bone. So the coffin bone takes up 1/3 of the foot right here. 2/3 of the foot is soft cartilage and fat. And the only way that the back of this foot maintains its shape and form, well, first of all, you have to know that it is a specific shape, a specific form that must be maintained, and that the only way, because it's all cartilage and soft fat, that it maintains that is if the hoof capsule that grows from it is growing from it and holding it in that specific spot. Once the horse starts really wearing the heels down, or you start trimming them down, you pull all this down to the ground. And what you see in foundered horses is that what you'll see is people think their heels grow. It's not their heels grow. It's this cartilage, even though you've lowered the heels and pulled it down to the ground, it wants to pull up. So it'll pull up. If it stays down at the ground, you'll have a foot that looks like that one dead wild horse with the 30-degree 30-degree angle. Okay, but if it pulls back up, look at this. Where'd the foot go? This, and of course, the foot wasn't finished right here. Okay, but where's it at? Where did it go? See, where did it go? It got wrapped around into the inside. See, once you strip the frog out, and you strip the frog out from between, from the central sulcus and where the frog stay is, there's a lot of room that that foot will just literally curl and be sucked and shoved. All of this here got literally spooled and twisted in and then bound in by the periopal skin is what happened. So let's look at something here. Okay, so we need to look at an internal foot so that we can get an idea. Now, where I'm going with this is what happened to your horse's bars. Okay, that's what we want to know. We want to understand what went on with your horse's foot. Where are his bars? Okay, so we're going to look at his real foot, which is the inner foot here. Okay, so we'll just use this here. Well, no, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Let me find a foot. Okay, new share. New share. Okay, so here's the inner foot. So we're going to look at the bars. Okay, so here you see the length of the inner foot. Just a second. We're going to look at the bottom here. Okay, so here's the bar right here. This would be the bar corium. Right here is your heel buttress back here. And your bar grows from right here. All right. So what happens if this part of the foot, you see these bulbs here? What happens if all of this gets literally, again, it's cartilage and fat. It gets literally turned in like this. So it covers up your bar. Your bar can't grow. All of this stuff is like grass. All these little tubules from frog tubules and sole tubules and the coronary little papillae and everything like that. Well, this isn't tubules. These are papillae that feed the tubes that are the sole and the bars and things like that. So when this stuff gets covered up, it stops growing. So you have stuff in that foot that may not have grown for years. But this I know because I know how old my horse is. And I was able to unbind his foot and grow things that had not grown for years on that foot. Because this stuff here is just like grass. It's like, okay, like, let's do a annotate here. Second here. Let's see. Okay, so here's the bar lamina right here. Okay, so here's the, I guess right in here, right around in here is the bar corium that grows the bar and it attaches to the lamina here. So this would be your bar right here that's growing right in here. Right here. And so if this foot here gets pulled in this way and this stuff gets covered up, it won't grow. Or what can happen is it can be bent into a different direction. And then, like a lot of times what I've seen is you'll see bars that look like butterflies splaying out like this. Okay, so if your bar here also grows up and covers the sole here, it will choke the sole out so that the sole won't grow. Let me go back here just a second. Yeah, so here's your bar. If your bar, if you don't keep it, the boundary here, because this is sole over here. That's all sole. So if this bar grows up like this and lays over the sole, right there, everything under here that's sole will no longer grow. That's why we learn to keep the bars in boundaries and in specific places. And so your foot is definitely bound in back. And so there's no bar there because the bar right here is covered up and you have false heels. So let's go back to your foot and look now that we've taken a trip around the world. Let's see. Let me undo this. and look at a couple more pictures here real quick. Okay, this here. Now, do you see the bar here? This is the bar corium. You know, it's funny because you cannot distinguish. Look at how seamless everything is. How it just runs from one thing to the next. It's seamless. And so the bottom of the collateral groove is right here. And then you have the bar lamina right here. Where is the bar corium that grows the bar? It's like indistinguishable from the bottom of the collateral groove here. You know, the papillae that feed the bar, you can't even see it, that grows that bar. And like right here, this would be like a little bit of a form of sole right in here. So the bar papillae and the bottom of the collateral groove papillae, they just merge together, and you can't even tell the difference, but one grows bar and one, you know, fills up the bottom of your collateral groove. So you haven't just got bare corium there. It's really amazing. Like, I'm looking at this and it's hard to tell. Like, is all of this bar corium and maybe just this really thin part? But look then how it seamlessly then goes into frog corium here. See, and so this seamless foot, this skin grows that hoof capsule. And so it all has to be in a specific location. And so when you trim the heels out, there's supposed to be a big chunk of frog here that keeps your bulbs separated and that keeps your bulbs supported up in the air, the frog stay. Well, when you trim, when the heels are trimmed out or never grow fully to what they were supposed to, okay, and there's no frog stay in there, that leaves a lot of room for all of this here to be just twisted into here and sewed up into here. And then the perople back here, it'll grow over the whole thing to hold it together. So that's why when we look at your horse's foot now, we're going to go back, we're going, where did those bars go? See, if this part of the foot is not extended to where it should be, then it got wrapped around in here. And so your bars are covered up, and that's why they're not growing. Okay, let's see. Let's go back to you now. Just a second here. Get rid of some of these photos. Remind me, I'll try and show you a picture of my horse's foot, the monstrosity it turned into when I didn't trim it for a year, because that's what those feet really are. That they're barefoot trim, and they've trimmed them into a monstrosity, and you got to keep that trim going, because otherwise it's going to grow out and you're going to see what the foot really looks like. So let's see, new share. Okay, so I want to annotate here. Okay, so ideally you probably have that much more foot that's not there. That's been wrapped around into there. And you can tell here too. Now this horse, he makes heel.
That's just crazy.
Isn't it?
That
It's insane.
Yes.
Yeah, it's insane. But you see it on that other horse I just showed you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'll show it to you on my horse too. Okay, see, I thought I had a good foot, just like you. Okay, and I even had fabulous looking bars, but it was all false. Okay, and I'll show you that in a minute. So now you see his growth rings. You know something's up when you see him go like that anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, see, all horses. Now, see, for a long time, I thought that my hoof wall was just jammed up, that I was leaving it too long here, and it was jammed up here. Because see how
Yeah, I would like I keep taking off the
yeah.
pillars and the quarters. and then the toe looks too long, and
Yep.
I'm like,
Yep.
that doesn't look right. And then I take some toe off, and I'm like, well, now it looks way like I took off too much hoof.
Mm-mm.
But I've never trimmed the heels. I never trim the heels. I
Yeah.
don't take them off. So that's why I'm thinking it's a periopal frog issue.
Yeah. And a false heel issue. See?
Yeah.
Because his foot, remember, this cartilage wants to be up here. So when at some point things, for whatever reason, okay, the capsule did not grow to support and sustain that. So instead, he made his own heel. Like if the capsule, it can happen at little teeny tiny increments. You know, it doesn't have to be a big fair swoop of a heel. We're talking about little tiny increments over a long period of time. He could have just worn them.
Well, his feet, I think I mentioned to you the first time I was in one of the calls that Paige Poss used to trim him. And this is what he looked like when Paige trimmed him.
There you go. Okay, because Paige, all right, her foundation is in Jamie Jackson's trim, right? That's her foundation. Now and so they will always lower the heels, always, even if they don't mean to. Sometimes all they do is take them back to the base of the frog. I seen a video the other day, this guy saying, take your heels back, not down. I'm sorry, but you can't take them back without taking them down, because the hoof capsule grows. Well, how's it grow? From here, it grows down and forward. So if I take the heel back to here, what am I doing? I'm going to take it down as well. See, if you take the heel back, you take it down. That's the way I first trimmed heels. And that's what most farriers do. Take the heels back to the widest part of the frog. Well, when you take these back here, you take them down as well. See? And they think, they think that they are giving the foot a wider place to stand on. But what they're doing is they're pulling all this cartilage down here. When I pull my ear down, or I push my nose to the side of the face, my nose and ear want to go back to where they were designed to be. When I trim these heels down even a little bit, and it pulls this cartilage down even a little bit, that cartilage is still going to be pulling up like this. And so if they come in and they take these heels down, like say to here, say your foot was extended to here, okay? And say for some reason, well, because that's the way the frog is made, not to be sitting on the ground. You look at all them wild horses, most of them, their frogs are way high up in the foot. They aren't just beating the ground, okay? And so this is the foot. And so I come in, let me get a different color here, and the frog, instead of being down here, okay, the frog is say this high up. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to come in and I'm just going to take off a little bit right here so that frog will be on the ground. I'm not taking off a lot. I'm taking the heels back. Seems like I'm making a wider base. But when you take them back, you take them down. It has to be, because the hoof grows down and forward. So when you flip that foot over and you take it back, okay, then, you take it back, it goes down and back this way. Anyway, now I'm confused. All right, so I come in and I just take a little bit of heel off. This cartilage, you have now set the back of the foot down. This cartilage wants to be right here. It doesn't want to be right here. And so there's going to be a little bit of pull upward. Maybe that's not too bad. But here, you've set your frog on the ground. It's going to wear down more. Well, the next time you come in to trim, that frog's up here. Okay. And so let's just take it down a little bit more. Now there's more pull on this cartilage, pulling it down. Now it's going to start to fight to come back up, to pull back up. It wants to go back up to the position it was. Okay, so you have reduced the wall now from this here. You have now reduced the wall to this here. See that? You see how there's less wall right here? You've got less heel buttress. So you know what? It gets to the point to where the cartilage pulling up is stronger than the wall that's attached to the part of the heel here, growing from the heel. So what happens? This cartilage, as it pulls up, because you got a whole horse here, pulling that cartilage back up, then as it pulls that cartilage back up, what's it do with this piece of wall? It pulls the cartilage up. Oh, look here. Pulls the cartilage up and it takes this piece of wall and it wraps it. It wraps it around behind it and underneath it. And then this piece becomes the heel right here. See, now your foot is like this. It's wrapped it, literally it wraps it in like this. Takes this wall that was here and it wraps it behind it like that. And it takes those bulbs and it wraps them in like that. And then, okay, and then it grows to be a heel. Like so. That's what you got right here. You got a false heel. His real wall and everything has been wrapped around in here. Some of it's pulled down and under and some of it's wrapped around in there. It is that, see, it's kind of, it's complicated, but it's not. You know, are you understanding a little bit?
Yep.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought was going on.
Okay. Okay, well, see, this is great to go through this because I want to understand it more. You know what I mean? I want to understand it. I want to be able to explain it better. You know, eventually I'd like to get some silicone rubber and some other things, which I got a bunch here. And I want to make some rubber feet. And I want to demonstrate how that all happens on a
You should do
simulated
it with,
rubber foot.
or you could just use clay. I'm a
Yeah.
sculptor.
Oh, hey, there you go. Oh. Bam. Okay. Okay, so let me undo this.
Just a quick question, Linda.
Okay.
How long should a heel be? I mean, not from the hairline to the heel itself ending. I think it was 2 inches. But how long should a heel be at? Wouldn't that be helpful if there's an approximation?
Yeah. See, I measured the inner foot. And so you want at least 3/4 of an inch of sole to grow from the bottom of the heel. Okay. So, from what I've seen, we do this mapping, anatomical mapping, based on the inner foot and then how the capsule should fit the inner foot, the extension of that. And so on a normal sized horse from, 14 to 15 to 16 hands, we're talking around from the hairline to the ground. Except there's always exception to the rule. Okay. In this, how long are your heels on this horse from here to here?
Well, 2 inches.
Right. But they're false heels, right?
Yeah.
So
how can you tell they're false heels?
well, you see, by learning more, okay. First thing we look at
By the fact that there's no it's just a wall. If you look at the picture of the foot, it's just a wall that's not really a heel.
Okay.
Because his hoof wall's so strong, it grows because I don't take it off
But I
at the
think
heel.
you've been keeping the heels. I came in late, sorry, so I might not know everything that you said. But from what I understand is that you've not been trimming the heels, so you've always kept the heels as they are, correct?
Correct.
Yeah,
But
but she
I
had
think there's
somebody
something
else trimming them.
he was I've been trimming him for like 5 years,
Mm-mm.
but I never really take off any heel because I want him to have more heel. So I don't take the heel off, but he's never had bars ever. There's no bar.
Wow.
Who
And
trimmed him
there's
before?
no, pardon?
Who trimmed him before? 5 years.
Paige.
Well, then
Paige
Paige
trimmed him.
trimmed his heels out and gave him false heels. That's what happened. Okay, I did Paige's trim. Okay, I right when I first started, iron free hoof. I did. I started out with Gene Ovanek's trim. Somehow I drifted into Pete Ramey. I knew nothing about Jamie Jackson or who even founded all this stuff. I thought it was all the same. And then off of Pete Ramey's page, I wound up on this page. I thought it was Pete Ramey, and they were doing this trim called trimming from the top. And I thought it was his trimming instruction because I, don't know about links, stuff like that. And so I started doing trimming from the top, and I trimmed my horse into mechanical laminitis because at that time she did it. Her and another gal named Kim Cassidy were kind of hooked up, and
He did, when she was trimming him, he did get laminitis.
Aha!
And we blamed it on the grass.
Oh God. See?
At least it's not the rain.
Okay, so what year was that? Or when was she trimming him?
She wasn't trimming him for very long because I live in Northern Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
I moved here in 2012.
Yeah.
And she started trimming him because I contacted her before I moved here, and he had laminitis the following. I moved here October of 2012, and in 2013, or it might be a year off, but it was the following. She'd been trimming him for a year, and he had laminitis. It was sure which hoof it was, but he started with a really bad abscess that went from the toe to the coronary band.
Yeah.
And then he became the other foot, like he had the founder stance. I thought, oh shit, he's foundering.
Yeah.
But I think what happened was the abscess was so painful in the one foot that he started to have laminitis in the other. So we x-rayed him, changed the trim a little bit, and I did the emergency diet, and he turned around in about a month.
Well,
but I didn't know it was a trim at the time. I don't even know, it could have been just the abscess. I don't know. He's never had an abscess since or before. So I don't know if it was a piece of gravel that got up into the, into the lamini. I have no idea.
okay, well, I don't know what trim she's doing then, but okay, and I'm not blaming her and I'm not condemning her. I mean, she's done a lot of really wonderful work and
She had, and she does. Yeah, I went to one of her dissection clinics a few months ago, and I learned a lot. So
yeah.
But my horse's feet weren't perfect with her, and I'm still trying to get them perfect. But part of the problem is I've been doing a little bit of her trim and a little bit of your trim, but never fully mapping it, kind of doing what I saw her do, because she's a guru now, right? So are you?
Aren't they? Yeah. No, I'm not.
Yeah.
Don't accuse me.
Yes, you are.
Okay, I'm
well, if you're not,
owner.
you will
I'm just a horse owner. No, don't want to be a guru. Okay, don't want to be none of that stuff. Don't want to be associated no more with none of that stuff. See, want to be a scientist. Want to be a horse owner. Just trying to save the darn horse. That's it. That's it.
Right. That's it. And you know what? I think that knowing that you've had your own experiences and failures makes me more comfortable because I feel like I'm having them as well. I'm happy, you know, I've been trimming them for 5 years.
Yeah.
Well, longer than that because once Paige moved out of the Middleburg area and moved to Arizona, I took over the trimming. She's like, because she was kind of half teaching me to do it anyway. She's like,
Yeah.
his feet are good enough. You don't really need me, you know? And
So
so
imagine how relieved somebody like me would be. Someone who's never seen the bottom of a hoof until 4 months ago. I had no idea about trimming and no idea about training horses either. And I trained these two Arabians, got them ready for the farrier. He came in, they said, nope, sorry. But he still managed to trim one of them. And then he came back, tried to do it again. They said no for good this time. So I had to order some online kit on Amazon, watch the 1,000,001 videos on trimming hooves, picked up all my gear and went to the stable and trimmed them both, like Elpo does. And I did it twice.
That's awesome.
And then no, it's not, because apparently I did the wrong thing, because
Well,
then
I know,
after
but
these two trims, I found Linda and I went all over. Everything she said made sense, even though I'm someone who's oblivious. As I said, only 4 months ago have I ever seen a frog or lifted a hoof, even though I've owned horses for like 15 plus years. I'm very shy to say that, but back in Dubai, you don't do anything. You do not bathe your horse. You don't walk your horse. You don't saddle your horse. All you do is call the stable. I'll be there at 4:15. They get the horse ready. You go park the car, and the horse is next to the car, all saddled up, you know? And the groom is holding him. You ride. He says, "Sir, how long you be gone for?" I'm like, "Maybe 2, 3 hours." Okay. So I come back, and from the gate outside, the groom comes, picks up the horse, and goes in. I get into my car and leave. So I have no idea about horses, sorry to say. So with discovering this, you have kept me awake for 2 nights in a row, Linda, by the way, just thinking about everything that you were explaining. And I almost fainted. So pissed off at myself that I didn't pick up on this before, because it made sense what you were saying, and you had all the pieces in place, and it just made sense, even to someone who knows nothing about being a farrier like myself. But it really did make sense. And I promised you, and I promise you again, that this knowledge will be taken back to the Gulf. I'll make sure the people in the UAE and in Saudi Arabia and Bahrain and all those places understand what they're doing is wrong. And I'll get a big, big change to come about. Just you wait and see. So thank you, really. Thank you so much.
There's a lot of people in the United States that are that way. I mean, I live in Middleburg, which is like the sports horse capital of the United States. Okay. There's so many horses and farms here, and my job is when people go on vacation, I take care of their little farms and feed their horses and turn them out and feed their dogs. And but you would not believe the number of people that worship their farriers, worship the ground they walk on. True. And the horse's feet are falling apart, and the horse gets blamed. The horse gets blamed for having bad feet. And I can go into a barn and look at a horse's foot and know who their farrier is.
Wow.
Just by the way the foot looks.
Just by the way they look. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's Bob. There's Ted. There's
Whoa,
Cindy.
Yeah. There's Zeb, and there's Zeb, and there's Steve. Yeah. Yeah. I can definitely tell Steve does that horse's foot, you know, and they all love them. And some of the farriers are really nice people.
Oh, sure
they're wonderful people.
Sure,
they're just
wonderful people.
And they've been doing it for so long. They're you know, and they're proud of the work they do.
You bet.
And I just and they charge a lot of money to do what they do. And all these horses they're going to not be rideable at an early age. And the horses are going to get blamed for it, meaning it's their genetics or it's the way the hoof grows. And
Correct.
it's
Yes,
not.
correct.
It's the way the foot is trimmed.
Yep.
It's the way the foot is trimmed. I think maybe 5% of the horse's feet are like bad feet because that's the way they are.
Mhm.
But it's always the trimming and shoeing. Always,
Yeah.
always, always. And I have to accept, I have to be humble and
Mhm.
accept that, you know, looking at my horse's feet, it's hard to go, okay, I think he has nice feet. He has nice, people compliment, wow, your horse has such great feet. Well, I don't know. Uh, I'm not 100% on it. I wouldn't put them as a picture of a perfect hoof, but hopefully, hopefully I can help him stay sound longer
Yeah.
and keep him comfortable.
Well, that is good. At least you haven't been riding since you were 9 and only discovered it after you were 50 plus, right? At least looked at a frog.
Right.
You've been looking at frogs and hoofs for quite some time, which shows that you cared about your horses. And that is something I've only done very recently. And I'm ashamed to say it, but it's a fact. At least now, when I started looking at it, thank goodness that Linda had done this kind of a research, because I felt there was something, even, and this is coming from someone who really knows nothing. I felt there was something wrong. I asked the first farrier on the phone, could I videotape your whole session? And she refused. And she said, I don't like social media. I said, I can block out your face. I just want to understand what you're doing because I
Yeah.
have no idea. And she refused. Another guy agreed. He came in, I videotaped everything, including the 3 times I told him not to hold on to my mare's foot for too long or too hard. She'll shoo you away. And he did that on video, and so did she. But I tried to record everything he was doing,
Mhm.
so I can see it later and feel if there's something wrong, then I will rectify it,
Yeah.
or through another farrier, not through me. The last thing on my mind was to ever buy nippers and rasp and stuff like this. I swear
Yeah.
to God. I think I I come back home, watch myself on TV when I play the recordings, and I think to myself, and I say it out loud. I said, "You're crazy. What's your business trying to train 2 Arabian horses to pick up their hoofs and legs? Are you mad? You have no idea about training horses." And I
Oh,
laughed my head off.
that's
But I
awesome.
managed to do it, got them ready. And then they made me now learn everything that we're talking about here, because they simply won't let anybody else near them. These Arabians are just different. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's okay. I had to laugh though when you brought that one farrier in. He said, "Nope, we
I
know how that went. Okay, we understand that. That was hilarious."
Yeah, and I made it into a GIF. Because the last one, she said first, she said no, and really hard, really hard. She reared, and I was holding. I was in front of her. She reared. He was on her right. I was on her left, and she almost hit her head in the ceiling. The
Uh-huh.
second time, it was a half rear, and the third time, she just took a step forward. And this was a big farrier. This boy was like 6 foot something, and he was very young. He was like 20 something, and he
Yeah.
never came back again, ever. And he even said, I'll give you back the money. I said, dude, you drove 6 hours to come here. So I paid him actually double what he should have taken, because he tried his best, right? And these
Uh-huh.
guys risked their lives getting kicked. I mean, and I was straight up. I said, I trained them for the farrier, but they might not be ready. So take it
Yeah.
easy. I gave him a heads up, and he acted on that basis. He wasn't hurt or anything. And he
Uh,
went back, but never came back again, ever.
yeah. Well, yeah, see, because it is okay, like in horse culture with people that know horses and have to deal with farriers and people that work on horses, like me and my husband did, working on ranches where that horse is your partner, you know, and there's got to be a proper etiquette, proper ground manners, things like that. And so when you hire a farrier, I mean, he's doing that for a living, and so his life means something to him, and
Yeah,
stuff. So
exactly.
they will only come in usually they don't want to come in and train your horse and stuff. They don't want to, they can't really afford to take a chance on getting hurt and stuff. And so they really expect that by the time they come in, that that horse has been worked with and stuff. And so this is all stuff you're learning.
Yeah,
know?
and I've never trained a cat, let alone two horses at once.
Never trained a cat, let alone, yeah, which is about like a cat. You know, give me that
They're
foot.
inseparable. They're in the same stall. They won't
Yeah.
budge. You know, I even bought both of them because I didn't want to separate them. I wanted to buy one initially, and then when I saw how close they were, I was like,
Oh,
okay, to
yeah.
hell with it. I'll
Yep.
just take two. And since then, they've been in the same stall, and even before that with the breeder. So
Yeah.
that's the way it is.
Yep.
Hey, man.
Well, thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, you're
with
welcome.
us, and I'm glad you're here. And I really
Me
enjoyed
too.
talking to you the other day, and I
Me
can
too,
see
Linda.
that you will take this back to Dubai. And you know what I foresee is that they'll be winning the Kentucky Derby and the Belmont after that.
There you go.
Okay, so you're gonna be making a lot of money. You're gonna become a very important person over there.
Your name's gonna shine a whole lot. You're already being referenced across the net. When people jump in to say tact, you'd always find someone before you who said it.
There we go.
It's
Okay.
really good.
Well, thank you, dear.
You're welcome. Thanks for that video as well that you referenced. And was that little piece of paper I made like 10, 14 points enough for me to go ahead tomorrow and start trimming the girl's feet?
You know, I'll have to look at it again because I
Sure.
don't remember. Okay.
No worries.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So Sherry, what you were saying is see what I experienced. Okay. I saw, okay, well, let me go back now. What year was it? I'd have to look here. Just a minute. If we go back and we got on YouTube, we went to my channel and found the oldest videos. Some of them are going to be a warning about a trim called trimming from the top. Have you seen those videos?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
You cut out a little bit, and I'm sure it's because of where I am. It's not you.
Oh, okay.
I do know that Paige does the trimming from the top, and I
Still,
do know that you have warning. Well, I don't know if she still does. I don't know if she does a lot of trimming now,
Oh,
honestly.
yeah, probably she doesn't. But she was doing it at that time when she did your horse.
Yes.
Okay. 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 Well, that I trimmed my horse using that method. See, here's the thing that got me. It was hard to learn to trim. I used Gene Ovanek's method, and it was hard, you know. And so then when I got on Pete Ramey's page and I found what I thought was him, but was really her and Kim Cassidy, saying they had gone to Wyoming and some guy showed them this kind of trim and they called it trimming from the top, and he put the foot on the stand and he just rasp about a third of the way down until you start seeing the white of the wall, and then you would finish it off. Okay. And they said how much easier that was. And so I started doing that, and I started sharing what I was doing with that on YouTube. I had just got a YouTube channel, you know, and I mean, it was just a lark. I wasn't, there was no such thing as all that they got going now, you know. It was like a novelty. Ooh, I can be on TV, you know, that's cool. And so I made these videos, and then a couple people found me and started doing it too. And then my colt, how old was he? He's like 4. I wanted to ride him, but he was not very broke. So I had to walk him up to my friend's house, who's way up on a hill, about a mile from here, and use a round pin. And so I walked him up there. Of course, I led him up there, you know, and stuff to use a round pin. Because, man, he buck you off. Okay, he hurt me bad one time. So I walked him up there, and I got him in the round pen, worked him around a bit. Then I got on him, and things were kind of going okay. And then he just stopped. And I thought he was sulling up. And you know how they're dangerous when they sull up. They're going to buck or blow up or something, right? And I got pretty upset with him because I was scared, all right? And then I realized something's wrong. And I got off of him, and I realized he wasn't sulling up. He wasn't stopping because he didn't want to move. He's stopping because he couldn't move. See? And so I asked my friend, I said, hey, can you give me a ride home? Get your trailer and give me a ride home. Something's wrong with my horse. And so I went home, and I didn't at that moment know what it was. But that's when I started researching hoof wall structure. And see, I got a mechanical mind. I know how stuff fits together, how to keep it together, okay? And so when I started studying hoof wall structure, the thickness of the wall, it's not even as thick as your finger sometimes, about as thick as your finger. I started realizing, and somehow I learned about dressing. Okay, well, in Genovanic's trim, you still dress down the wall. Farriers dress down the wall to take out a flare. But in Page's trim, you were dressing down the whole wall from a third of the way down and thinning out. You know what you're doing? You're thinning out the whole area that supports the sole. That's what you're doing. The sole.
She didn't take a third of the wall off. It was maybe like the bottom inch.
That's what I'm talking about. The hoof wall's only 3 inches.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm talking about an inch. Your sole's only an inch. See, like this. Let me draw on this foot here. Oh, ditto. Wait a minute. Where am I? Annotate. Okay, so this is the thickness of the wall right there. And then that would be like the inner foot here. Okay, if your foot was right, that's what the foot would be on the inside. Okay. Okay, so all right, somebody yelling around here. I was trying to figure out what was going on. Okay, so the wall grows down. We'll say this is the wall. Wall grows down from here, right here. It connects with the sole. And then they grow down to the ground together. And the wall is not meant to bear weight. The wall is meant to support the sole, because the sole tubules are soft and they need support. The sole ridge that's connected to the wall right here, it needs the support of the wall, the strength of the wall all the way through. You see how thick the wall is here. Okay, it needs that support all the way through. Like here'd be your white line. That's where the wall connects to the sole right there. And so this thickness of wall supports this sole that grows under here on the other side of it. And you got these tubules growing down inside. That's the sole with the wall growing up here inside, connecting to the sole right there. And this wall supports that sole. And so if you thin down from here to here, you take away the stability. That sole and wall have to have as much stability together as possible. And so when you thin this down, then that wall gives way and these tubules flatten out and the horse doesn't have support. And the hoof capsule does not, and that's why you would start getting abscesses. And 2 reasons you get abscesses. 1, because they're pulling all this cartilage down, and the heels that used to be here keep moving forward and turning into false heel to where you finally get this here. Like this ain't even here. On your horse, you probably got this here. Just a minute. You probably got this here. You see that, you know, that little nubbin that was right there? That would have been twisted around, so you haven't got any real heel buttress. This is just sidewall growing here. For here. See, I can show you internal pictures that'll show you all this. Now, so I learned about how that's when I said you should not dress down these walls. That's when I became against what farriers do, which is dressing down walls to get flares. Because you have a horse in here that weighs how many thousands of pounds are reduced and coming into this foot? You know, and this is just a shell. That's all this is. It's just a shell. And so it needs to retain all of its strength, because here's another thing. Okay, so all this stuff adds to it. You got your hoof wall. Okay, the layers here, like let's say it's this thick. Okay, it's this thick. And so your hardest layers and your tubules are on the outside. It gets softer as it goes inward. Once you get to these white layers, it gets soft. And so if you come in and okay, well, if you come in and you're rasping away till you get to the white layers, you've weakened this whole area right here to where it can't support the sole anymore.
That makes sense.
Okay, so I'm not saying this to demean her. Okay, I'm just stating the facts that I wound up on that site doing that trim, and in my opinion, I trimmed my horse into mechanical laminitis. And at the same time, I was going through this deal where his feet were getting very asymmetrical because you're weakening the wall. And so you're trimming out one heel, it's pushing forward, it's pushing the wall out, and yet you're trying to rasp down flares. Well, the flares just get worse and worse because you keep weakening the wall and the wall starts bulging out. See? And so that's what I determined in the end, that I had trimmed my horse into mechanical laminitis. And there was a lot of things that went into me making that decision. First of all, learning about road founder, okay, which is a form of mechanical laminitis. Learning that there was such a thing as mechanical laminitis. You know, that all laminitis wasn't just caused by what a horse ate, because nothing had changed in my horse's diet at all. See? And so I had made these YouTube videos sharing that trim with people. And so, man, here I hurt my horse doing that trim, and I just felt so embarrassed. And so I thought, well, I'm just going to get rid of my YouTube channel and just disappear. And then I thought, my God, what if I led somebody else to do this and they have hurt their horse? I can't do that. And so instead, I printed out some stuff from Pete Ramey's side and different things. And I came on and I explained what happened and what I did, and explained that they shouldn't do that trim anymore. And that I didn't believe that a person should dress down the wall like that. And so I thought, I'll just do these videos to warn people, and then I'm going to quit this channel and stuff. Well, people actually appreciated that I told them the truth. And instead of hating my guts, well, they appreciated it. So I just kept going. I just kept researching and trying to figure out how to help my horse. You know, and so here we are. You know, so if you want to watch those videos, you can, because this is what happened to your horse. It is the same thing that happened to your horse. Mechanical. It was mechanical. She didn't do it on purpose. She has best intentions. I didn't do it on purpose. I had the best intentions. See, here's something that happened during that time when I was doing that trim. So my husband loses his job. Well, that's a traumatic thing, right? So you got to figure out, oh, how are we going to make some money here? So I thought, well, I'm going to advertise and start trimming some more horses, right? So I put out some ads, and because see, he used to shoot, all right? And so I thought me and him would just go trim some horses. So we went, I put out some ads, and I got, I don't know, 5 or 6 responses. And I got response from these one people. They had like some horses in a pasture, like I guess there was maybe 3 or 4. And by that time too, I'm learning to trim feet with a grinder as well. Angle grinder. And I remember that going to trim these people's horses. And because I remember to say, oh, that horse is never going to put up with that grinder. And man, you just walk right up to those horses and start grinding on their feet. It's really funny. But they had a horse who had hoof capsules that looked like lizard skin. I have not seen anything quite. Now I know it was foundered, but the only thing at that time that I knew about founder were ponies that I had seen in auctions that had big old slipper feet, you know, that hooves that curled around. And so they brought up this one horse and they asked me, they said, is that horse foundered? And I went, I don't think so. You know, well, now I know that horse had laminitis. Okay. Well, I did that trim on that horse. And I remember when we left that place, I was watching that horse and he was standing by the gate where we turned him out, and he didn't move. Okay. You know, you don't know what happened to that horse. I mean, I never saw or heard from those people again, so I don't know. And it was their horses, but it was their parents, and they were just pasture horses and blah, blah, blah. You know, I'm really glad my husband got a job, and now I did trim a number of other horses. And one thing I noticed was that the horses I trimmed the least did the best. That's telling you something right there, isn't it? And so, and then I had like 5 horses from a guy who I've been trimming for 18 years. Well, I screwed their feet up, but they're all pasture pets too, right? But he had one horse that would never, ever had ever been trimmed. That horse had the best feet of all. You know, so all these things are telling you something, you know, plus my horse. He's a grandson of Mr. Masterbug, who was an All-American Futurity winner. And this guy's bred to run, and he loved to run. He quit loving to run. Used to love to just tear out in this pasture. He quit loving to run. So all these things start telling you something ain't right. When you're told that this is a natural trim, and I'm not just talking about the trim they came up with, because she does not do that trimming from the top anymore, and I never heard any more about it. Okay. But I can tell you that both of them, her and what was that other gal's name? I was saying that other gal's name, Kim Cassidy. Both trimmed their horses into mechanical laminitis. I heard she did. And I saw Kim Cassidy do it on YouTube. I watched as she thinned out the wall here so much that the sole had no support, and the horse is standing on the sole, and you can literally see that the walls are being pushed up while the horse is standing on the sole, pushing the sole down through the walls, because she kept trimming this out here, thinning it out, thinning it out, thinning it out. Next thing you know, she's putting on glue shoes. I heard, I don't know for a fact, that the other lady had to do the same. Okay, and that they both had trimmed their horses, just like I trimmed my horse into mechanical laminitis taking this part of the wall down and thinning the whole thing down. Now Kim Cassidy, all right, she quit barefoot altogether, like lock, stock, and barrel. And I didn't know her. I didn't know anything about her, or anything like that. But during this time, I didn't know. Like, does anybody else know that a war went on between natural hoof care, barefoot trimming, barefoot only people, and farriers? Does anybody know that there was a war going on between them? Crickets? Nobody
I
knew
didn't
that?
know.
You didn't know?
Well, I mean, I knew that the farriers didn't get along with barefoot trimmers, if that was,
Yeah.
I knew.
Well, no,
Yeah.
there's outright war. Okay. Like, I belong to a group called Booted Out of the Barefooters. That's a bunch of farriers that they well, right now they're not doing much, but for years there on Facebook, all they did was vent on barefooters. Okay. And so I didn't know there was a war. I thought this is wonderful research about wild horses, and I'm sure farriers are loving it and everything. So I wind up on a web page or on a forum. This is before Facebook and stuff, on a forum called horseshoes.com. And it was all farriers. And I pop up there and I think, oh, this is great. We can talk about hoof care and talk about, trimming and stuff with the farriers. Oh my goodness. I mean, it was like popping up your head and, the Battle of the Bulge or something. I mean, they call me everything but what I was. Okay. They thought I was a barefoot only. I had no idea that people were against shoes. I really didn't understand the whole concept of the barefoot movement. I just thought it was wild horse research, learn how to trim. I was never against shoes, ever. And so I found out that there was a big war going on. Barefoots hated the farriers and the shoes and the iron and the nails, and it's so evil. Okay. And the farriers don't like the barefooters. Okay. Yeah, it was a literal war going on. Okay. Pretty much, they got taken over because all the doctrines in barefoot got passed into farriery through Dr. Boker, who was an academic who hobnobbed with all the barefooters, all of them, and taught in their clinics and learned from them and everything else. And then because he's an academic, a professor, he could go to farrier conferences and just take all that barefoot jargon and the wrong teaching on anatomy and everything else and the frog pressure doctrine. And he just takes it right back into farriery, to where now you have farriers lowering heels lower than the frog, so that when they put a shoe on the foot, the frog still hits the ground. See? So anyway, we are in the midst of 270 years of error. Okay. And all barefoot trimming did was repackage the same old lie about frog pressure, taking down the heels, and added taking back the toe. All right. And so, anyway, I trimmed my horse into mechanical laminitis and stuff. And so I have 2 videos on there, warning about trimming from the top, and I explain on there how I got into that, what it was, and why I believe it's bad. And on there, I also, I talked about, I thought I was doing Pete Ramey's trim, but I went up doing these ladies' trims. I was going to add to that. Kim Cassidy became a farrier. Okay. And she wound up being on that page, that horseshoes.com. And she's probably the meanest to me of all of them. How about that? And I mean, she didn't know jack about me. She didn't know that I, did the whole trimming from the top is bad thing. I popped up as what they thought was a barefooter, okay? And she was anti-barefoot by that time. So that's just interesting. But anyway, so yeah, there's a war going on, and the farriers lost, okay? Because they wound up adopting all the barefoot lies as spread through from the barefooters into academics and back into farriery. Because farriery, a lot of farriers were leaving heels until Dr. Boker came along and said, "Oh, the lower the heels till the frog kisses the ground." And that, you know, it's just a sordid, morbid history of horse torture. So, okay, anyway. So that's interesting that you had the same experience. And if you want, you can go listen to those videos, you know, because like I say, I documented everything I was going through. My intent was not to belittle anyone, not to condemn anyone, but just to tell the facts of what happened. And so what did I do? Then I started studying Pete Ramey more and trying to do his trim. I had no idea about Jamie Jackson, that Pete Ramey did Jamie Jackson's trim. See, it all goes back to Jamie Jackson. That's who it goes back to. And he read a lot of books, old books. He, you know, people get influenced by the people that teach them. You know, so what we're trying to do here is just be influenced by this here. And a lot of what I had to do once I learned stuff there was I had to unlearn it, you know. So I always stay open to the fact that something I know, you know, may not be seeing things right or seeing things the way they really are. These feet are so deceptive that as the horse wears its heels out, that the hoof, you know, compresses and combines and makes smaller and smaller versions of itself, you know, to where you got false heels, false frog, the cartilages aren't the way they're supposed to be, everything like that. So the reason that you have the divots in the toe are because when the heels are trimmed out and the cartilages back here are spooled in. All right. Okay. So if this foot, if these cartilages are really supposed to be up here, not down here, but up here, and your foot is probably this much longer, and your capsule would probably wind up being, you probably wind up having a little more here as well, because he's a big horse.
Linda,
That don't look quite right. What?
sorry, how do you, sorry to interrupt, but
That's
how
okay.
do you get to that point then? If his heels are where they are right now, how do you achieve what you've drawn on there?
Okay, I'll show you
Okay,
here in a minute.
thank you.
We'll go there. Now I forgot what I was going to say.
Sorry.
Where was I? Okay. We're talking about the divot in the toe. Okay, so you always got to remember, this is, when you look at this, you are not dealing with one object. You are dealing with two objects. They might be connected, and this capsule is temporary, and it is just a shell, and it grows on and off. But the inner foot is a whole foot covered with skin that is permanent. And so that foot, here, we'll draw it. So that'd be your foot inside. Okay. This is really more the size of his foot, but let's see here. Okay, let's draw the coffin bone in. Oh, wait. Okay, there's the coffin bone. So all this is cartilage and fat. And then what happens is, so all this here gets wrapped around and shoved into a smaller container. Okay? And so it's not like there wasn't something already here. Okay, you've got a navicular joint here, and you've got a small pastern bone. You've got, I don't know if I can draw that in. Okay, but I probably can't. I probably can't draw that in. I'm not good at drawing the joints in. However it goes. So you got a joint here. So when all of this foot starts getting shoved, let me get a different color, starts getting compressed and shoved in this way. If it gets pulled down, it gets pushed in this way. If it gets wrapped around like that, it's still, all this is being shoved this way. Well, it's not like there wasn't something already there. There's a digital cushion in here already. It's not like it's empty space, right? So when all this starts getting shoved this way, well, it shoves in to the anatomy that's right here. And that anatomy, just a minute, that anatomy pushes into this joint here. That pushes the joint forward, which rotates the toe here this way, pointing down, and it shoves this toe, well, this right here, this would be the toe, it shoves it kind of back and down and presses it against the sole. And so that's where it wears away the bone, because all this anatomy is shoved up into that joint, pushing it forward, which rotates the toe down and forces it against the sole, and that wears the bone away and creates that divot. Now, I did that trim on all 4 feet. All 4 feet got that divot in the toe. Now, I want you to look at that's quite a scribble picture we got going there. Okay, let's look at something here on your feet. Let's see here.
And Linda, Marilyn said she sent you pictures of trimming from the top feet.
Oh, okay.
Her microphone evidently is not working.
Okay. New share. I want to look at, what was I going to look at? Just a minute. Got to take a drink of water. Yeah, always got to remember, you got a foot inside there. And the one thing that we look at before we look at the sole, before we look at the heels, before we look at anything, we want to get a good picture. Just a minute here. Okay, like look at this foot here. See how we can see the other bulb over there? Okay, you can really see what the cartilage is doing here. Okay, and so what we look at first, because we know what the cartilage is supposed to look at, where it's supposed to be positioned. Like when I look at your ear, even though your ear might be a little different shape than somebody else's, I know where that ear is supposed to be on your head. I know which part of the ear is at the top, its basic form and shape. Okay, so if something happened and your ear was pulled down sideways 90 degrees, I would know something was wrong with your ear. Same way with these cartilages. Once you know what they're supposed to look like, then you can look at a foot like this and go, yep, that foot is foot bound. That cartilage is not right. We're looking at, this part up here, the collateral cartilage this part that is above the hairline, because that is a part of the foot. You can't see the foot behind the capsule, but you can see the foot, you can see the cartilage. And if you learn what the anatomy, structure, form, location, placement, position of this cartilage is supposed to be, its length, okay, and its shape and form and position, then you can look at all these feet and tell, okay, whether there's something going on with that foot, whether it's anatomically correct or it can be better, whether it's foot bound, things like that. See, this is number one right here, number one. Okay, so all right, so I want to look at a sole view. So just a second here. Oh, I got to get out of there. Okay. And well, I had gotten some sole views and I must have closed them out. So I'll just have to get another one here. So just a second. Okay, let me get this again. Save image as. Save image as. Now, what are you doing? What are you chewing up? The dog. I can hear over there. She found something to chew up. Cottage cheese container bowl or something. Let's see here. There we go. Okay, let's turn that over. Okay, now there's something here. Just a second here. Let me get to annotate again. Got all these little things I got to move out of the way. Okay, so you see this here? Let me do this. This right here. See that deviation?
Yep.
Okay. I had that in all 4 feet of Valor when I was doing that trim. Okay. And I would also have a black dot would show up right here. Well, maybe black dot. Like if I were to, if you were to rasp this wall down to where you had a clean, semi-clean white line and it was yellow, your white line, which is really yellow, go figure, goes like this, and then it's going to go like this and like that. I had these black moldy dots that would show up here all the time in all 4 feet. And, you know, I would rasp it down and then dig it out, and it kept coming back all the time. And so I was really worried. I thought, what's going on with my horse's feet? Does he have keratomas? So I was researching keratomas and everything like that. Now I know that the pressure of the toe pressing down here is wearing away the center of the toe. Now, the corium that produces the glue that binds the wall to the sole, okay, the corium that produces this yellow line, which is like rubber cement that glues the wall to the sole. As the toe is getting worn down, that corium is getting damaged and moved as well. And so now you'll see that white line go like this. Now, here's the interesting thing. I can still see a slight semblance of this, but after I quit rasping down the outer wall, and then especially after I stopped trimming out the heels, this all went away. And now on a couple of the front feet, you can still see a slight deviation here, like that, but not like it used to be.
So I just wanted to let you know that it's better now. I've been mapping his hoof now 2 trims, and it's way better.
Oh, good.
Just from trimming up the frog and the perople.
Good. That's great.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. You start to see patterns of things. So these bars, you don't have any bars because the bar corium is bent up into the foot and not growing. You know, it might be growing part of it, like the, you know, the bars have layers too. Like you have the wall, you know, that would grow up like so, and it is a certain thickness, right? It's a certain thickness up there, making well. Okay, then you have the next layer, which is white. Have a little bit of a white layer to the bar wall. And then you have the next layer, which is the lamina, okay, right here, which is yellow. So you have the same layers all around the hoof wall here as well. You have the outer layer, then you will always have this white layer in here somewhere, and then you will have your lamina layer that goes all the way around, like so. So when you trim bars, when you got correct bars, you want to make sure you get all the layers, because otherwise these 2 layers here, the white and the yellow, they can smoosh up and grow over the sole just like that, so that your sole will not grow like it's supposed to and stuff. And so it could be just some of the yellow that's smooshed up over there, and then it dries, you can't even tell it's there. And then sometimes it may be just some of the white layer smooshed up over there, but what it will do, it will choke out the sole. Okay, and usually though, if all 3 layers have gone, then you might see this bar could be growing up like this, you know. And you see how this would be a fake seed of the corn right here. See, that wouldn't even be your true heel, You know, you have this corner here is supposed to be what I call it the sole platform. This triangular area in here that is supposed to be sole, which is right in here. Now this is your heel. All of this is your heel. This whole thing, and up the sidewall to the coronary band, on up through the cartilage. It's all heel. That's your heel, that whole thing. And so that has to have a specific configuration. And then this area right in here of sole, okay, like this isn't probably the real area. That area is probably covered up. This is one that was further up, and so you would have a false sole platform here too. The real sole platform, once these heels are opened up, is going to be probably back here more, back in here. And so it's got sole in there that isn't growing. And I have all this documented on my own horse. And other people have done it to theirs as well. But let's look at the frog, because that's where that's what's binding and holding the whole thing together. See, because this is sidewall. Just a minute. This right here, I'll just use this. This right here is only sidewall. It is not real heel buttress. And so as the heels were trimmed out and as the foot tried to stand up, it pulled the sidewall in and curled it in like this. And every time they come and trim off more heel, well, then it would just pull more in like so. And so the heel that was originally back here, that heel got trimmed out, and then the sidewall that was up in here just kept being pulled around till you are where you're at now. Let's see. Clear all drawings. All right, so let's look at the frog. Clear that, move something here. So this is a petrified frog, and whenever you see this, I used to look at these because I saw them on a lot of horses, and and some of them looked like they had hair growing in there almost. This is supposed to be the central sulcus, supposedly, okay, but it's not the real central sulcus. Well, it's maybe the front of it, maybe. But you have no real frog. You probably have no real frog here, maybe some mixture under there. But because the heels and the capsule's been reduced and everything's been formed into a nice tidy little package by the periopal band here, the periopal, what happens, that band is supposed to surround the top of the foot and the bulbs. It is not supposed to be under the foot. And so when the heels are trimmed out and when these bulbs and this cartilage is pulled in like that, it grows over the whole thing and over the center of it to hold the capsule on the foot. And as it does so, it disguises everything and you don't even know it's happening. It's really a miracle, actually, how it grows over the foot. This is why you'll find out. I thought it was funny that you said she moved to Arizona, because in Arizona, barefoot trimmers in Arizona, like David Landerville and stuff, they can do these barefoot trims and the feet will hold together better because it's dry. But as soon as the feet get into real wet weather, they fall apart because this periopal shrinks, and as the foot gets smaller, the capsule gets smaller, the periopal shrinks and gets thicker, and it grows over everything and it gets harder. It can be harder than hoof wall, like it's petrified. And it holds this thing together.
Yeah, his whole hoof, everything is so hard. It's like trying to trim, like when I try to use a knife on his frog or on his bar area, it's like it's marble.
Yeah.
It's like a rock, literally a rock.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's periopal. It's not frog. It's periopal, and the periopal is made to hold the foot together. And, I don't know for sure, but I did a study on the substance that are real hard. And I think I could be wrong about this because I did the study a long time ago, and I don't know where the name periopal come from. It's a Greek word. Angeliki would know more. She told me at one time. But opal is one of the hardest substances there is. And so maybe I could be wrong about this. Okay, but whatever this periopal is made out of, I'm telling you, it is harder than regular hoof wall.
Well, I can tell you that opal is a type of quartz, and it has a hardness rating of 7. I'm a rock hobbyist.
How funny is that?
Right?
And that's pretty strong, right?
If you think of like talc is like a 1,
Okay.
and a diamond is a 10. So
Okay.
quartz is not that softer than a diamond, but a
Okay.
diamond is the hardest mineral.
Okay. Huh. Well, hey,
So that's why you need a diamond blade to cut it.
yeah. There, oh, you need a diamond blade to cut quartz?
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Well, see, that's really interesting. See, this is so cool that you're here because you're just, it's like you're confirming a lot of things for me, with similar experiences. Not that you can't have similar experiences and still be, it's not correct, you're not interpreting it right and all that, but it's just interesting what you've been through and the similarities of the things that have happened to you. Okay, so all right, so I'm going to show you what happened to me with my foot. Let's see here. Oh gosh, let me find the pictures to tell the story. Da, 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 da. Pictures. I'm so glad you're here today. This is just really neat, seeing this different things on this foot, and
I'm really glad to be here too. I'm just glad that like you've created the space for people like me, that I feel like I'm trying to do it right, but there's something going wrong. And
yeah,
I don't know what to do with the fact that his foot is so hard that I literally, when I trim him, I trim the wall down to the sole plane, except for the heel. I've always left the wall of the heel longer and not brought his
hey, you did the right thing.
and but I never trimmed the every now and then I could tell it was kind of the sulc. It was in the not the central sulcus, but the, what do you call the sulcus on the sides of the frog? I would trim that up if it looked like it was kind of
Collateral
overgrown.
grooves.
The collateral grooves, yeah, I would trim that up if it looked like it was kind of folding over and getting not threshy, but I could tell it was trapping dirt and manure in there, and
Yeah,
I would clean it up. And I would try to always, uh, you know, carve out the the apex.
uh-huh.
But even just trying to carve out the apex with my knives, and I would have the other farrier that comes to our farm sharpen my knives, and I just bought new knives, and I will still cut myself just
Yeah,
trying to carve out the apex,
yeah,
because my knife will just it's like literally trying to cut a rock with a metal knife. It just won't happen.
yeah. The perople is so hard, and here's the
So
thing.
soaking is what I need to do, or do I need to use a Dremel tool?
Well, I'll show you as we go through these pictures what I did. Okay. Um, okay, where am I? What am I doing? Okay. So before I show you this, let me show you something else first. Let me find the foot where I thought I had this great foot. Just a minute here. I know it's here somewhere. Hold on. Da-da-da-da. Guess I'll go back up here. Hold on here. Okay. See, new share. Okay. So this is in 2017. And this is a collage of a trim I did then. Now here's something I noticed. In the wet season, I was already learning that the cartilage should be a different shape and size. I want you to look at the cartilage. You see the cartilage on this foot here? How round it is? Okay, in the really wet season, this cartilage would really expand out here. And when it would dry up, then it would contract and look like that again. And I knew that cartilage was not supposed to be rounded like this. Can you see it? So you can see it on that. See that? Cartilage, that is not how cartilage looks, and I'll prove it to you. I'll show you what it's supposed to look like. First of all, we can see it on a lot of wild horses, what it's supposed to look like. Okay. Now, I thought when I look at the bottom of the foot, like right here, I thought I had a great foot. Look there, I got really defined bars. They look good. Look at the sole in the platform here. Look, I got a clean white line all the way around. Okay, I've got a healthy frog. I've got sole filling this area here. And so here, everything is looking good. As far as I am concerned, this is all great. But what bothered me was this, because I also had pictures in the wet season where this looked totally different and was much more extended. I knew that this was not supposed to look like that. So even though when I'm looking at the bottom of the foot, this is looking great to me, I know something's up, because I have already learned that these cartilages are not supposed to look like that. So I'm wondering why, what is going on? Well, a series of circumstances led me to learn that this area right in here might not be frog, that it might be perople skin instead. And so I started experimenting around with that. And so I did an experiment. Let me find, I'll show you the experiment I did. Okay, this was on 12/21. Now that other foot, I believe that was in 19. So I didn't do an experiment. That's when I thought that was good foot. But for a year, kind of kept going back and forth. And then I learned about the perople, something about the perople. And well, I learned that Bracy Clark, vet from the 18th century, called it the frog curtain. That he called the perople band, before it was called the perople band, he named the perople band. Okay. Before that, at one point, he called it the frog curtain, because at one point, and we're going to have to look at this too, don't let me forget, they didn't call this perople band the perople band, they called it the frog band. And he called the part that covered the back of the foot the frog curtain. So I got to thinking about how in the wet season, my foot would open up and expand. And you would always see how it looked weird and different right between the bulbs there, right where the frog was. And I've been seeing that for years. And I would see in the wet season how my foot would expand, get wider, get longer. And in the dry season, how it would close up again. So I'm thinking frog curtain. Okay, like a curtain, you open the curtains and you shut the curtains, right? So I started looking at that perople closer. And so I did this experiment. I trimmed the heck out of that between the bulbs. I mean, I took it out. And I put my horse in a boot where his foot had to be wet for 3, 4, 5 days. This was the first day. Right here. Now I want you to notice some different things. That the cartilage is very rounded. The bulb, they call this a bulb, very rounded. I want you to notice the dish in the wall. I want you to notice the bump right here. See, and the length of the foot. Now this was on 12/21, 2020. Okay, I trimmed that out. Let me see if I got a picture of it. Well, I got a picture here somewhere showing how I did it. Okay, right here. Okay, this is what I started with. Okay, that 12/21, I got my dates right. Okay, I trimmed this out in here. And then I put a sock on his foot with a baggie over it, and I filled it with water, and I put it in a boot so that it had to be soaking the whole time. And you can see where I really trimmed down the frog, and I really started getting between the bulbs here. Now, I always thought that now this is where the frog stay is supposed to be, but what you're going to find out is this is not frog. This was periople. Why is that? Because that periople band is only meant to be above the foot on the outside, around like a band around the foot. But when the heels get trimmed out and the bulbs get pulled in, it pulls the periople band into here as well. And it pulls this periople down this way. Well, this periople will grow over the whole frog so that you don't even know it's periople. And what happened was the old guys called it the frog band because they didn't know that this was happening, because they were lowering the heels all the time for frog pressure. And so they didn't know the foot was getting smaller and that the heels were being pulled in like this, and that periople skin was being pulled in like this, and then it just would grow over the whole entire frog. And actually is a good deal because it held the capsule on the foot and kept the foot bound together so that the horse didn't lose his hoof capsule. So, okay, so I started really trimming this out. It even got so I had to use a Dremel eventually to really start getting it. And I kept the foot soaked. Okay, so this kind of shows you how much I took that frog down to thin out the frog. And what you find is that the real frog has an inner layer that is opaque that you can see the frog corium through, and the frog corium will be pink like skin. Of course, if you rip the frog off, it's going to bleed, but it's like a window into the anatomy of the frog. It's pretty cool. All right, so this was the foot here. I trimmed the bars way down, and of course, you don't do this if you have a real foot-bound foot. You do not want to just go releasing your foot, because that's all there for a reason, holding that foot together. I had been growing in heels. Well, I started growing in the heels in 2015, technically, when I quit trimming my horse. All right, 2016. It's now that's not 24, because I did that at a different time. I think that's wrong. But anyway, let's go back to this now. Okay, so I trimmed up the frog in between the bulbs, and then this is 12/21, 2 days. That foot soaked in a boot. Okay, I took the boot off. Look at the difference in the shape of the cartilages and the hoof capsule. Can you see it? I'll give you a minute to look. Notice that these are very rounded. Here, I'll annotate just a minute. Here's the cartilages.
They're definitely up higher.
Here's the cartilages. There. Here's the cartilage. here. See the difference? This here is the true foot of the horse. That's the real cartilage right there. That is where your ear should be. Okay? That is where the cartilage is supposed to be. It would not have done that. What does cartilage do? Okay, like you know how when you eat a baked chicken and you take the breast meat off and there's that cartilage on the breastbone? That's the kind of cartilage that you got right here. And it's only about twice as thick as a chicken, as the cartilage on a chicken breast bone. It's about twice as thick, and it is lined and has fat digital cushion attached to the inside of it. It's cup shaped. It's cup shaped. And it is lined and has digital cushion and fat on it. And it can be pulled down just like your ear. Okay, but what happens when you bend cartilage? What does it want to do? Does anybody know?
It wants to go back.
Exactly. So cartilage has memory. Okay, so this cartilage has memory, even for as long as this foot's been trimmed out. Okay, this cartilage has memory. So you give it the opportunity, it will go back to its original shape and form. And I found this out not just here, but in other cases too, I saw it. And so anyway, then my boot broke. I only had one boot. So to do my experiment, and it was winter, you can see 12/24. Okay, but I want you to notice the difference in the hoof capsule. Look how the heel stood up. Look how the wall straightened up. Look at how it's dished here. Why is that? Because, okay, here's the true shape of the foot.
Did you do, I'm sorry to interrupt. Did you do both front feet at the same time?
No.
Or did you do just one at a time?
I just did this one foot that time. Later, I started doing both feet, but it was winter and I didn't have boots. I just had this one boot. And anyway, so it was just an experiment. And then, of course, once the boot was off, the foot went back to what it was over here when it dried up. Because remember, I said I would find that in the wet season, it would expand and in the dry season. But I wasn't, at that time, I wasn't looking at this part. I was looking between the bulbs, how it would expand and get wider between the bulbs. I didn't know at that time that it was this. I mean, I saw this for years, how it would do that. Okay, so I just did this experiment. This was in 2020. And then I started, after that, trimming out more of the central sulcus, like on my back feet. I used to never trim the frogs at all. So I had to get that frog growing again. See, the frog quits growing. And that's the whole thing. See, they tell you in barefoot trimming, only take off the tags and don't trim the frog, things like that. The truth is you need to be trimming that frog. Okay, and I'll show you. Okay, so, and by this time too, I was trimming the frogs more than most people and already had experienced where I don't have any thrush because I'm growing heel. Of course, I was using this really good product too. DF Crosby's stuff. I can't remember the name of it. But anyway, okay, so let's just look at some more pictures here. Let me undo this here. But one thing this shows you is how flexible the hoof capsule really is. You know, my heel stood up. So part of run forward heels, the reason people have run forward heels is when all this anatomy is pulled down and pushed up into here. Like, look at that bump. Remember how I said, you take this anatomy over here, you push it in. Well, there's something already there, right? it's going to push that coffin joint forward. That's what you're seeing there. You're seeing the bump from the coffin joint, which rotates the toe down. Now, what I didn't tell you is that when it does that, it forces the hoof capsule forward. The inner toe is pushing down and back, but the hoof capsule is pushing forward and up. So it's really got them working in opposite directions from one another. And so then you see how the bump came out right here, how smooth it is, how the dorsal wall took the what looks like a flare out, not a flare. Okay. It's that the joint and the bone configuration has been forced forward. Let me undo this here. Let's see, clear all drawings. So I kept, anyway, this is just another picture of it. Let's see, that's 24. I don't know if that was 23. Yeah, it must, no, that, I must mark that. That'd be 24 too. This is a wild horse foot that belonged to my neighbor. That's my horse's foot at one point when I'm trying to grow heels. And then the cartilage expanded. This must have been the wet season. Look how green it is. And the cartilage expanded, and I thought his heels ran forward when I saw that. I was mortified by the way that looked, because we're so used to seeing those nice tidy little feet. See? Okay, so just different views. Okay, so just showing how I would take and clean out between there. And here's where I'm starting to get an inkling that these heels are being curled in. And see, one thing you want to look at is this right here. Look at that dip. See that? There? That perople filled that in so that you didn't even know it was there. And in a correct foot, that dip is not there at all. It's smooth. These bulbs come out this way, the heels and the back of the foot is full and smooth. It doesn't have cleavage. So just remember to, over the years, seeing different things I couldn't explain, like see that thing there? You know, I would see these little ropey things and wonder what it was. Well, look at this perople, how it's pulled in that way. What you don't know is there's a crack here. This piece of perople grows over the whole front of the frog. These pieces get pulled in to where you don't even know that the bulbs are literally twisted in, and it all gets covered over by perople. So I was starting to trim that out and try and understand it. Say now, I started really trying to clean that up. And still, even at this time, I did not realize just how much these bulbs get pulled and twisted in there. Okay, so yeah, so this is 19 when I thought I had a good foot. Now you could start to see this. If you look close, there's a crack right here and a crack right there. And this is just I started calling perople rope, because it was like binding, and this is all perople. This is not frog in here. Okay, so then one day, let me find this one picture. Just a second here. I'll show you what finally happened. Just a minute here. Gotta find it. Okay. I gotta go to a different file. Oh, come on, pictures. Where are you? Okay, here we go. So, okay, new share. Now remember, people learn about this perople and removing perople, but you just can't run in there. Fools rush in where angels fear to tread. Okay, so you can't just run in there and go, oh, I'm going to release my foot, because you have to grow enough capsule. You have to grow capsule and release foot at the same time so that the foot has something to release into. Because again, this perople is growing like this to bind and hold the foot into a smaller capsule, because the capsule is not big enough. So you have to grow that capsule big enough. You can't just release all this. Okay, so I went up to visit a friend. I come back, and I had been cleaning this out on a perpetual, continual basis. One thing that happened was I noticed that my frog kind of got poochy like that. That's because, see, I had dead perople frogs smashing the frog corium in. So the frog corium kind of extended. So I had trimmed, this is like 3/11/22. On 4/14/22, I go out to trim and I find this. I'm like, what the heck is that? Right? Remember I told you in those other pictures, there's a crack there, but you just can't see it. And look at this here. This is the perople band, perople skin. But look at this here. It's like a little feeder. See? And guess what? This, which should have been frog stay and frog, is not frog at all. This is all perople, all of it. And so I'm looking at that, and I'm going, what in the world? And so I trimmed it and I cut that right there. I cut that. And so I trimmed it to where it looked like this here, but I didn't know what to do with it, you know? And as you see here, look here, that is smooth. That's what you call, that's what you call cornified frog corium. When something cornifies, it dries up and it no longer grows. And this cornified layer gets over it to protect it. Okay? So the first I trimmed that, I didn't know what to do with it. So I just left it there. But I took a picture of it. At that point, I'm still unsure kind of what's going on. Okay? Now look at, see this here. This is, I want you to notice this growing here. I want you to notice this piece here and this piece here. Okay, because I'm going to show you where an old drawing from the 1800s where they drew anatomy and they got the perople band and they got this part here all connected in one and drawn, and they call it the frog band because they thought it was frog, but it's not frog, it's perople skin. Now look, can you see in there? His bulb's in up under there. See, this is perople. This all grows over everything to hold it together. Okay, so anyway, I trimmed it all up. I also didn't understand at the time, why is that pink? What is going on there? Why is that pink? And later learned that the very most inner layer of the frog is opaque. And you can see the frog corium through it. You know, when I show you pictures of inner feet where all the blood's drained out and you can just see the corium, which is skin, the skin. Okay? And the skin is that color. Now, if you were to rip the frog off while the horse is alive or anytime, you're going to see blood. But when all the foot is all together, this is like a little window that you can see the frog corium and what color it really is. Okay, now look at these white streaks here. Okay, that's perople. This is all growing from right here. This, see this perople band? This is all growing over the frog like this. This is the most wonderful thing, because when a horse is out in the wild and there's a drought and he has to travel for miles and miles and he's wearing his foot out and his capsule's getting smaller, this perople comes and it starts covering, it starts growing over the whole thing to hold the capsule on the foot. How great is that? See, that's a wonderful thing. So, okay, so I left it on for a couple days, not sure what to do. Finally, I just said, to heck with it, I'm going to trim it off. Okay, so here's where I found it with this weird thing. Here's where I finally trim it off. Now, you need to understand something here, that when all this anatomy gets shoved forward, okay, it's also the skin coriums that cover this foot, like the sole corium, all this, it's all seamless. It's like one big Dr. Scholl's gel pad sock. So if I push on this piece here, it's going to push that forward. You know, see, all of this anatomy internally has been shoved forward. So of course, when I started trimming that frog, because see, then the frog grows that way and holds that thing. There is frog under there too. Frog and perople and everything grows to hold that foot right where it is. So then when you start trimming stuff and releasing that, well, then all this sole corium that was shoved forward is relaxed and can move back. And that's where the bruising comes from. Okay, now he was not sore a lick in any of this, yet his sole's got some hellacious bruising colors to him. Now, okay, now you look at this one. Remember how I told you the most inner part layer of frog is like is opaque, and you can see through it to see the skin of the foot on the inside. See there? So okay, so I trimmed that all off and sanded it up. 416, 22, yeah, 414. So then did this 2 days later. Okay, so that shows you what I wound up with. That's what I come home to after I went to visit my friend again. Remember how these pieces go like this. Now let me show you what happened now after I trimmed his frog down to this. His frog grew. This is the new frog that grew in. This was different. The texture was different than anything I ever had before, because it was real frog. Yeah, this is real frog. None of this was. This was perople frog. Okay, now let me show you this really interesting thing. Just a second here. Some stuff. You know, this anatomy, men, these feet get deformed. Okay, and people don't know they're deformed. And so then they study the feet and they're looking at a deformed foot and they're trying to interpret what they see. And so they're interpreting a deformed foot. And that becomes the teaching for anatomy. Let's see. Here we go. New share. Where am I? Oh, there we go. Okay, this is in an older book of Bracy Clark's before he knew Before, this is what they thought it was. They thought that is frog. See, here's your periopal band. This is a foot in which look, this is false heel. Okay. They believed back then that doctrine of frog pressure, lowering the heels to obtain frog pressure. Okay. And remember, that cartilage wants to be up here. Every time you lower it, it lessens and weakens the wall here. And if they're rasping off a flare, makes it even worse. So that when that cartilage pulls up, it takes that sidewall and wraps it around like this. Well, here's the periopal band. Periopal band is supposed to go around like this. It's not supposed to be under the foot or wrapped in between the bulbs. Just a minute. Okay, so they assumed that it was part of the frog. And so they called it the coronary frog band of the horse's hoof. Now, I don't remember what year this was, but eventually through Bracy Clark's research, he realized that this was a periopal band. Okay. And it was renamed. He named the periopal band and he named the frog stay. But do you see how he's got the frog here? This is because that periopal is supposed to be around here. Well, it gets pulled under, it gets pulled in, it keeps growing, it grows over the whole frog, it holds the foot together, and it keeps the capsule on the foot. And so it's able to help that foot stay together. But what's happening is, you know, farriers, how close do people look at horses' feet? You know, so the farriers didn't know. Every time they trimmed a horse, this would happen in increments. And so nobody ever noticed it was going on. Bracy Clark tried to get it figured out by taking, the only way he could do it is take a plaster cast of a live horse's foot. You know, how easy is that? Why can I know this? Because I was so obsessed with wanting to help my horse and fixing what I had broke. And so we have pictures now. Okay. So you look, your brain is designed to put stuff together and to find answers. Okay. So I'm just love my horse. I just want to fix him. I broke him. I'm going to fix him, you know? And so you look at enough pictures and then, you know, you get to helping other people. A big part of learning is helping others. You know, when just from what I'm doing right now and being able to share with you, by you allowing me to share with you, I learn excessive amounts. That's why all our kids were smarter when they went to one-room schoolhouses, because the older kids were trained and then they taught the younger kids, so they learned the subject even better. See, the more you share, the more you learn. The more you give, the more you learn. So anyway, so this is what they thought it was. They thought it was a frog band. Really, it's just that how that periopal is made to help the horse survive and keep the capsule attached to the foot. So, okay. So here's what Bracy Clark said. New share, make sure. He said, the eye soon gets accustomed to deformity and does not discover it. This error, it was that embarrassed and misled me in all my first experiments on what I conceived to be the natural foot. During several years, and completely obscured my views to the true nature of these things, and my predecessors also, as the general tenor of their works will indicate. You have no idea how much has been written on the foot of the horse. I mean, we just never stopped to think about it. You know, we've never seen it. I got a book here called On the Horse. that Henry Hamerling compiled, it's all it is a book on who's written on the horse, what country, where, when, who, what, how, what year, what century. It's like insane. Okay, there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of names. All right, from all different countries. Okay, I don't know if there, until the engine was invented, okay, I don't know if there's ever been a subject that was written on more than the foot of the horse. Okay, so ever since first vet schools opened up, you know, it started really in the 1400s and then onward, and then the first vet school opened in France in like 1761 or something like that. And so they started pushing false doctrines from there on frog pressure. This is all about frog pressure. This, lowering the heels, does all of this. Okay. So now, if we go back, learning all that, and we're to look at your horse's foot again. Let's go back and look at it again. See, and this is what's good, is the more you go over this stuff and the more you learn and the more you look, the more you see. And then you can never unsee it ever again. Let's see. Oh, I know I had your horse's foot on here. Oh, there it is. Okay, new share. Now we're going to see the perople frog. Okay, annotate. Move that out of the way. Okay, so here's that perople skin. And it's grown over the whole thing. You know, this part here would wear away and you would see this just like on my horse. That this is part of the perople skin. It is not frog. See, so what you're going to have to do is, do you have you ever used a grinder? Hello?
It takes me a second to unmute.
Oh, okay.
And and it just so happens like I've cleaned 3 stalls while we've been on the phone.
Oh, okay.
So and I'm charging my phone back up to go back out and do some more.
Okay.
So I don't have a grinder, but I do have a Dremel tool.
Okay. You might
Will
want
Dremel work?
Well,
I'm not
yeah,
real I don't know if I'm comfortable enough to work with a bigger anything bigger than a Dremel.
That's why you could go the middle road and do a Proxon, long neck angle grinder. Okay, because it's only got a 2-inch flap disc sanding disc, and you can get all kinds of neat little discs for it. And
what's it called?
It's called a Proxon.
Okay.
A Proxon long neck angle grinder. And you can either get one with batteries or you can get one with a cord. I use one with a cord. And then you can buy the little flap discs cheap at Amazon, because the regular ones that they make for it, they charge an arm and a leg for. But you buy like cheap little ones. You can also buy specialty ones from this place called Saber Tooth, where they make discs for like carving wood and stuff. And this would, because I've tried a Dremel, okay, and I have used a Dremel, but being able to, there's so much benefit from these. First of all, being able to detail the bars and lightly sand the sole so that you can encourage the sole tubules to grow. See, just like as if the horse was naturally wearing it, you know, things like that. Being able to really clean up the sides of the frog and really detail stuff, you know, it would really, really, really help you to work with this frog. Another thing, now
Okay.
does he have to stay, where's he at night?
Right now in the summer, he's outside at night, grazing in a
Oh, okay.
muzzle.
Okay.
And then he's in a stall during the day.
Okay, well, I would put, do you have boots?
I have, I don't have like I do have like a soaking type boot, and I have Cavallo boots, and I have some easy boots.
Okay. Well, as long as you don't have them dial up, okay. But if you have some
Okay.
boots that you could put on him, you put a sock on him, and then you put
Okay.
you take a Ziploc bag and you cut the Ziploc off, and then you put that on him. You secure it with duct tape. You fill it with well, you could use I use well, I like this stuff I have that has copper sulfate in it, but you can just use water and even a
Okay.
little hair conditioner and some soap,
Okay.
antibacterial
All right.
soap. Yeah, you know, remember, you probably aren't, I don't know how old you are, but I remember Madge, the hairdresser, soaking people's fingernails.
Right.
Palmolive dish.
Right. Palmolive.
Yeah, okay. You can
I'm
use
50.
that
I'm
stuff.
54. I remember.
Oh, all right. Okay. And soak his feet all day while he's in there.
Okay. Okay.
You know,
Both. Should I do 1 foot at a time or
however you want
both
to do
feet?
it. I do
Okay.
both.
Okay.
You know, I take off a layer, you know, just sand that up or however, and then I soak his feet,
Okay.
you know.
So how much? So I would just take off of what you have highlighted in the red.
Yeah, and in here too. And
Okay.
between the bulbs, all this.
Okay.
Yeah, take it all down and lightly, well, once you get your procs on, okay?
Okay.
Lightly, you know, and of course you want to make sure you're getting the tips of these frogs. You don't want any of this to hold on, because all this has to let loose so that these bulbs here can start pulling out. Like
Okay.
that. See? And see, you notice too here that even though your heels have good relative length, you don't really have full sole in your heel platform here. Notice that you not only don't have any real bar, you don't have real sole platform. That's because
No, I mean there's like nothing there. It's
yeah,
just the sole is completely flat, and I have 2 choices. I can take the wall of the heel down to the sole, but then that would be like murder
yep,
to him.
yep,
But the sole is not, there's no concavity. Everything is completely flat
yeah,
all the way back to to the bar.
yeah,
It's all flat. Even this picture is deceiving.
yeah,
It looks like he has um some bar, but it's all flat, and there's just like that wrinkly material laying on top of it.
mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, see, this is bar wall material. Okay,
It's not really it's
but it's
material, but
not
it's just like a layer of skin. I would actually say it's periopal.
yeah. Well, no, I don't think this is periopal. I think it's inner parts of, I think it's just a kind of I hate to call it smear, but it's like well, it could be periopal too, you know, but I think it's the inner bar wall layer, like maybe just the lamina layer.
Yeah, there's definitely no.
Smooshed over
I
there.
would say on one of his hind feet, you can see there's a little bit more bar material, but it's pretty much like this on all 4 feet.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, see, people don't know that this is what's been going on for centuries. Okay? And when the barefoot movement came along and Jamie Jackson found his one dead wild horse foot, rear foot, mind you, that wore its heels clear down to a nubbin. All right. Then that opened the door to keep pushing, lowering the heels to obtain frog contact. Now, he doesn't teach frog contact. He teaches that the frog is passive, that it doesn't push down and the ground doesn't push it up either way. It just sits there, I guess, in suspended manonation for him or something. But here's the thing there about this thing with natural hoof care is a fraud from the word go. They hijack that word. Okay, they don't deserve it. And when I say they, I mean the two main gurus, Hildred Strasser and Jamie Jackson. I don't blame anybody but them two, and especially Jamie Jackson. Okay, so we're going to end here in a minute. So I want to tell you, because if you made it all the way to the end, then you deserve this information. So Jamie Jackson, now I got all three of his books here. I've been going over them with a fine-tooth comb, all right? Because I notice contradictions, all right? So he says that he studied the wild, because we're here because of him, all right? We're here because of him. It doesn't matter if you got into it with this person or that person. They all originate with him, and everybody needs to read the timeline of the barefoot movement that the Horse's Hoof magazine put out, and then you will understand that everything goes back to him and his book that he put out in 1990 called The Natural Horse: Lessons from the Wild for the Domestic Horse. Okay, at that time, it was never dreamed that you're going to be teaching owners to trim their own horses. Okay, so everything he wrote in that book was to try and influence farriers. So when he talks about the natural foot, okay, he's trying to get in with the farriers and be influential with them. So he's got this book, I can't remember, 170 some pages. He says that he studied wild horses from 1982 to 1984. He makes it sound like he lived with them. Okay. He's got a lot of pictures in there, but hardly any are his. Okay. Why didn't he take any pictures? He says in his first two books, he says that he was able to, it became apparent soon that I must get a closer look at these feet. And so I arranged with BLM to, when they're in their gathers, when they process horses, to examine, measure, and photograph. Remember that, photograph the hooves of 107 free-ranging wild horses. Okay, that's cool. Got an edition that came out in 1992. Got another edition, same book, came out in 1997. How come there's no photographs of any of those feet in either one of those books? Why? Okay. All we have is a foot. See, he said he did that at Litchfield, California. All we have in that book is a picture of a foot he acquired, of 2 feet he acquired from the Palomino Valley facility of a horse that was already dead. And that's the foot that every single one of these gurus has on their website saying, oh, the natural foot, the wild foot, they should all be like this. And it's a rear foot. It's not a front foot. If you were to take the front foot, you'd go, oh, horses' heels are supposed to be run forward. Okay. He comes out with another edition in 2020. In that book, he changes up the number of horses he did. He says that he did 250 horses. That's more than double. At same pages, he just changes it. All right. And he says he was able to examine, measure, and photograph 1,000 feet of these wild horses from the Great Basin. But there's no pictures. Well, you do the math on that, people. Okay? Because then There were no pictures of wild horses. There were no pictures of their feet. Well, guess what? Today there's plenty. And guess what? They don't look like what? That one dead wild horse that wore its heels out. Okay? So research the research. See, where's the pictures? I want to see them. I want to see them. I'm not saying there aren't any. I'm just saying there aren't any in those books. See? So you figured out. And that's not all. He said he measured the heels and that they were all the same and that they were less than a centimeter in the first two books. That's what he says. Okay. In the third book, I find out yesterday, oh, he changed that up too. There he goes, oh, well, it could be up to several. Now, why would he be saying that? That's in 2020. It was in 2018 when I started saying, yeah, we're all following this foot that has the heels trimmed out, one dead wild horse. And all of a sudden it's changed up. This lingo is changed up in his book. So why is he important? Because that's the foundation. His research, his opinions, his beliefs, how a horse should be trimmed, what the foot should look like. That is the ABC, the 1, 2, 3 of what they call natural hoof care, barefoot trimming. And that is crippling, killing, maiming, laming horses all over the world, in my opinion. Crippled my horse. Okay. I see horses all over the internet. They're lame as heck, that they're blaming it on diet, when it's trimming their heels out. So there you go. So, I ain't letting it lay. Yeah, I'm going to my grave making a point out of the world knowing this stuff. Okay. Well, anyway.
Linda?
Yeah.
Sorry, real quick question. On back to that foot, that's on the screen.
Yeah.
Where the bar material, would you remove that to actually find the bar?
Oh, well, you're not really going to find a bar.
Oh.
Because the bar is somewhere up in here covered over and not growing.
Oh,
What you're
okay.
going to do is you're going to loosen up all this and you're going to clean it up, and the foot's going to start to expand back here. And eventually this will open up and it will uncover the bar. I'll show you what happened on my own horse. Sometimes.
Yeah, there's nothing there to remove. It's already flat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay. Clear all my drawings. Let's see. I'll go back and show you what happened to my horse. And so, okay. So I want to ask you a question. So if this is not the real heel platform of the sole, I showed you those inner feet. Just a minute. Let me go here real quick. New share. Okay, see this foot? Okay, so, okay. Annotate, just a minute. Okay, so here's the sole platform on the foot. See it? Sole corium? Right there. Right here. Okay, that's what you should have as the platform, but you got a false one. Yours are probably this part. That's why you don't have any bar. See? So you're looking at, and that's why it won't fill up too. On mine though, it did fill up. Okay? On mine, this grew very well and was full. And I even had what looked to be bar. All right, which might have been, well, here, this is kind of interesting. So here's your coronary band that grows the wall, and then you got your bar corium here, And this is the heel buttress corium right there. See it? Well, what happens to the heel buttress corium when it gets all wrapped up into here? Maybe it grows and looks like bar. Wouldn't that be interesting? You know, so you see how everything's seamless and everything gets merged and smudged together. So what happens is you wound up with a foot where this, you got heel wall growing here. This is all covered up. Your true sole right in here is covered up. And you've got this showing. You think that's your heel, but really it's this part of the foot. Now, can you see why with all this smoothed up and covered over and not growing from where it's supposed to, you would start getting abscesses on some of these horses? You know, because it creates pressure sores. That's what an abscess is a pressure sore. So that's what you got over there. So that's what I had. I had a foot. I thought it was really great, but it wasn't the real sole. So I want to ask you, if this is not in your heel triangle, if this is covered over, then there's no real sole growing there, right? So if you unbind and unwrap and open that foot up, what are you going to find here? Anybody have an idea? Well, you're going to find super duper duper thin sole. See, just like when I finally uncovered this, there was like a layer of cornified frog corium here. But then once I got it open, it started growing real frog. So also this part, when it gets covered over with heel and everything like that, it stops growing. Gradually, as you open it up and all this heel moves back, this opens up, the sole can be very thin, is what I want to tell you. But as you open it up and the heels all move back and the bulbs come back and open up, then this will be thin, but it'll start then to be able to grow in sole. See? So hold on a second here.
Yeah, all my guy does is grow wall. That's it. Just thick wall, thick, hard wall. That's it.
Linda, would you say that heel area would be hollow as well?
Does Linda know we can't hear her?
Oops, sorry about that. I muted myself. Darn. So on my horse, on the false foot from 2019, I had full sole in there, but it wasn't the true sole of the true heel of the inner foot. I had just managed to grow and grow the false heel really good in the sole. But then when I found that out and I started opening and trimming those bars back and opening that foot up and it started expanding, they got hollow because it started uncovering the true sole in those heel platforms. And so, and I'm still working on that, but now it's finally really starting to come in good. But see, I knew that even though my heels were hollow-ish there, with the wall above the sole, that eventually, as everything moved back into place, that sole would fill in. And that's what it's doing now. And so I'm going to show you what happened. Let's see here. If I can figure out where I'm going and where I'm at here. Let's see. Let me this up. Okay, so hold on a second, and I'll go back to my file on my horse. Let's see. Valor progress, or, oh, okay, we'll do this one. Just to show you some different ways the foot looked before I show you this picture, because you might go, oh my God. Okay, so I kept trimming this out. Let's see here. Oh, okay, where am I? Screen share. Okay, so what I'm showing you here is, you see this was clear back in 2012 when I was trimming the heels out. And what I want you to see here is how that perople right here started being pulled under the foot clear back in 2012. Now this is in 2020 right here, when I started cleaning that out, and I'd been growing back heel for a long time by then, but I had learned that this was perople and not frog. See, that's supposed to be filled up with frog. Now, the perople will cover the back. It's not supposed to be on the frog or growing under the foot. It only does that when you trim these heels out, and all this gets pulled under. So I was keeping this open there. Okay, just keeping track. Okay, so here's my foot that I thought was good. Say, now you see how I've got full sole in the heel. But when I started opening it up and the foot started expanding, now things you have to look at the bulbs back here. Do you see this crevice here? You see this? How that's pulled that way and that's pulled that way? This is the perople rope. You don't know there's a crack here and a crack there, and them bulbs are twisted and pulled up into the center here, and then that little piece of perople grows through in here to cover it all up and turn it into a nice tidy package. Okay, but remember, I kept looking at my cartilages and I knew they weren't right, and so that's when I started trimming all this out. So what happens? Do you notice a difference in the bulbs here between here and here? I'll let you look. Anybody notice? Do I need to draw it?
They're further apart.
Oh yeah, absolutely. See? And look at the wall. It's actually turned in. I didn't notice that before, but it is. See that wall curled in because it turns your coronary band in. It literally curls the wall in like that. Okay, so this wall is coming uncurled, and I'm changing the bar boundaries, and so these bulbs are coming out like this. The heels are wider at this point too. Okay, this is before I found the perople frog here, you know, but I was still opening the foot. But I want you to notice, look at the heel platform here. See how it's hollow and hollowish here, where it was full over here? Okay, but I'm opening up the heel so the sole has not grown there.
Cowboy.
But my heel is still not in the correct spot. So I'm going to have hollow heels for a while.
Cowboy.
Okay, so this is an example, okay, of trimming out that perople between the bulbs. You see that? That's how deep that stuff was. These are all bars. This is not, this was not the real bar the way it should have been. It's all grown deformed and distorted. And of course, this is the wet season. Oh, and I just showed there how I was realizing these bulbs are twisted in like that. I mean, they can really get spun in there when they're supposed to be clear back here. Okay, just an example from 2012 and my horse always made heel. I couldn't figure it out. I tried to get that 30-degree hairline. See what the periople skin does there? I tried to get that 30-degree hairline and I would always come back and he would have heels. So I would just keep trimming them out. See, because they make heel. They take the sidewall, they pull it around behind, they make you think their heels grew, when in reality, it was the sidewall from here that just got pulled behind. And then you just go trimming more out and more out and more out. But let's go this way. So I'll show you what. Okay, so this again, when was this? I don't even think I have a date on that. Not sure. Okay, so here's what you have here. I kept trimming the bars over and trimming the bars over, and what eventually happened was the heel sole that had been covered up for a long time opened up. That's what happened. And then the sole was finally able to grow in to this heel area here. So I'm going to show you, just a minute here. I'm going to show you what his heels look like now. If I can get over there. Let's see here. Oh, now that was, when was that? Properties. That would have been, that wasn't either then. August 3rd, 22. So. Okay, I'll show you his if I got it here. No, well, it's in my camera. Just a second. I know I've showed it to somebody. Well, this is more somewhat of what it's like. I posted some pictures on there too as well. Anyway, let me see here. I think I have a picture of it on the group page. You would see the most current page that I posted the other day. What his feet look like now. So let me go there. Let's see. So as I said, there's sole up under here that isn't growing. That's going to be thin. And actually this sole here is thin too. Because without the true heel buttress, they cannot grow the correct sole.
Linda, you're not sharing screens.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No problems. It happens.
Okay, I was showing her foot again. So it'll be interesting to see what we see in this foot once you start soaking it and what goes on back here in opening this up here.
Okay.
Okay.
And I apologize that I've been putting my phone in my pocket and it's
That's okay.
not been on mute and I'm doing barn chores.
That's okay. No problem. No problem at all. Let's see. I'm going to go to the group page and find, let's see.
I'm finally done.
Oh, good. Okay, let's see here. See, new share. Where am I at here? Okay. So I'm on here somewhere. Okay.
So I guess I shouldn't be doing any trimming until I can get some more of that periople off.
Well, I would soak the feet and start working on the frogs
Okay.
is what I would do and stuff. So let's see. Okay, so I had trimmed him. Finally, I got real bars and real sole. You know, now his heel went wonky on me. Because that's one of his worst feet. See, I didn't trim him for like 8 weeks. So it looked like that. But this is how I trim it up. But you notice the sole? The sole is uniform, pretty uniform and correct. It's that heel that just went wonky out that way. So got that trimmed up to try and correct it. This is his other foot. That's what your frog should look like. See, that is real frog. It's no longer a perople frog. And when we do our tack trims, our feet should look at least that clean. You know, that you should have enough taken off, even if it's a very fine, thin layer to expose.
Well, like he has a white back foot, and it looks, other than the lack of bar,
Yeah.
it looks a lot like that.
Okay.
Let me see if I'll send you a picture of it.
Yeah. There's the foot that got injured that's growing out. Okay, so this is, I will get a picture. I got to trim him tomorrow, but this is the foot that got injured. But see, now he's got real frog. He's getting his sole in the heel. You see how that's full there? And this will be full once I get all this out of it. This is from his injury. But do you see how that filled in there? See how the
Yes,
bar?
yeah. See that? I don't have any of that.
Yeah.
It's just hollow.
You know, so when I trim it up, I'm going to trim that whole frog down. I'm going to totally clean up the central sulcus.
See, if you posted that picture on one of the barefoot Facebook groups, they would say, you need to take, those heels are way too long. You need to take that all off.
Yep. Now, see,
that's why it's so confusing.
Well, yeah, and I'm going to explain to you what the mistake that they make, because they didn't understand these wild feet and how they grow. Okay, when those feet grow, let me do an annotate here. Let's see, different color. We'll just use blue. Okay, so this periople band here is only supposed to be up around this part of the foot. It covers over the back of the frog. your frog is right here. Right, the frog is on the other side behind it. Okay, and so this periople band, as this frog grows, that you see right here, you see how it's attached to the heel right here. Okay, see, when we do this, we do not want the frog to grow thick and I mean, this frog is super healthy and buoyant and flexible, but I don't want it to be this thick. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I'm still working with this foot, because I don't want anything on this foot to be firmly established for good. So I'm not going to let this frog grow like that. But when the feet aren't messed with, just a minute here, let me undo some stuff. When the feet aren't messed with, okay, this frog here will grow and attach to the heel all the way like so. It attaches to the heel. Now, another thing that happens at the same time, because the periopal skin is attached to the back of here. The periopal skin will cover it. Like that. Okay, so you come along, you've never seen a foot like this, and you're looking for the heel. What are you going to see? Just a minute. What are you going to see? You're going to see this. See that? That's what you're going to see. You're going to see this little nub in here. And you're going to think that horse has a little bitty low heel. And you're going to see her frog here. See, that's what they're seeing on these wild horse feet, but they don't think they have heels. And I can show you on that one foot of Pete Ramey's how this is exactly the way it is. Here, I'll show you. Now, do you understand that? How the frog grows,
Yes.
the heels grow. Okay, you got to have at least this much. Your internal heel, that physical heel I was showing you on that foot I took out of the capsule, ends right about here. So you got sole about to there. Okay, so your foot is here, and then sole growing from the sole corium from about here. You got to have a heel buttress to have any depth of sole in the heel. Okay, now I will show you a foot like that, just a minute here, on Pete Ramey's page, but they don't see it. They don't see it. Once that image of that one dead wild horse foot with no heels is put in your brain, that's what you see. And so you can, because see, his two wild horse feet that he has dissected on his page were my models. But at the same time, I had the one dead wild horse feet with 30-degree hairline and no heels in my brain. And I have it on the front of my notebook that I made at that time that I found buried in the garage, that I didn't even realize I'd put that picture on the front of my notebook of that foot with the, it was in a picture on Tribe Equus, which is an old barefoot thing. And what they did, they took that foot, put it on a picture of wild horses standing in sagebrush where we couldn't see their feet, and then put the word up at the top, perfection. So I put that in the front of my binder. And that was the image I had in my head for at least from 2007 to 2016. So even though I looked at these other feet with heels, these other wild feet, I could not see the heels on them. And so I know that they don't see it either. Just a minute here. I want to take a picture of this. Uh-oh. A stupid thing. Maybe not. Never mind. Get rid of that. Just a minute here. Aha, it opened. Let's see. Okay. So okay, new share. Okay, so Pete Ramey has one of the few wild horse feet on the internet that's dissected. Remember, it's America's foot. Okay, so that's it right there. Now he cut it in half. Let me find it here. Here it is. Okay, so this is the foot. This is the heel buttress. corium right here. Here's the back of the heel right here. Okay. Now, you see the measuring tape he put up here? Here's the periopal skin. How long is that heel? Going from here down to here. 2 inches, right? Okay, look at this. Annotate. Okay, so this periopal skin is covering up that heel. You can't see any of it. All you see is this little nubbin here. Okay, if we were to take and cut this out, we would see a heel that is this long on that foot. That's how long his heel really is. But instead, what do we see? We see periopal skin, and then we see the frog down to here. Do you understand what I'm saying? That the periopal skin and the frog grow and disguise the heels so that you don't see them. And so this is the mistake that Jamie Jackson made when he went into the Litchfield corrals for the first time and looked at a couple of feet, and he saw this. You know, he just saw these little nubbins here. When he was used to seeing what you saw on my horse, you know, this deal, see, used to seeing a heel here and here, used to seeing heel length, didn't know that the frog and periopal skin will cover them up and disguise them so you can't see them, and you just have a little nubbin here. See? So he made the mistake of thinking they had no heels. See, you don't know, but there's an interview that he did 9 months ago with a gal named Grace DeVecny on YouTube, where he, let me get rid of this just a minute. Let's go back here. There's an interview on YouTube that opens up with him talking to somebody when he first came out of the BLM corral, saying they have no heels. And the guy says, what do you mean they have no heels? Because the guy wrote a book on horseshoeing theory and hoof care, and he advocated heel. And so he's telling this guy that he befriended, okay, they have no heels. And he said, what do you mean they have no heels? Well, just that. They have no heels, flat as a pancake. See, well, what's the angle? Meaning the dorsal wall angle, because heel height and dorsal wall angle go together? He says, what's the wall angle? Jackson says, he said, well, from what I can see, it's steep, because he didn't have his little hoof meter reader made yet. And the guy goes, how can it be steep if there's no heel? Well, I don't know. I'm going to have to figure that out. You know? So he was under the assumption that the feet he looked at, where it's real scary, let me tell you what, we got 2 cowboys roping a horse and stretching it out, and you're trying to get in there and examine the feet while the vet's cutting his cojones off. All right? And they're giving it shots and everything else. It's violent. All right? It's scary. So he's in there, he looks at a couple feet, and he assumes that these horses have no heels. You know, like I said, where are the pictures? Where are the pictures? There are no pictures that I have found. So, you know, if there's pictures, I want to see 1,000 feet with less than 1 centimeter heels that you took pictures of, Jamie Jackson. You know, what he did was he made a mistake. That's all. But then he ran with it. He already told his buddy, Leslie Emery, that the horses had no heels, and I guess he couldn't back up on it. Who knows? You know, so that's him saying it, not me. He says they have no heels. Well, I'm here to tell you that, look at this horse has heels, and there's sole in the heel. And if I allowed his frog to grow, it would grow clear up here to the end of the heel. Okay. Anyway, so that's the mistake they made. Misunderstanding, not understanding the configuration of the back of this foot and how it all fits and works together. Okay. Okay. Anybody, look at how nice my bars are getting. Look at that. That's
They're
looking
beautiful.
great. I know. I'm so happy. You know? And this was, no, this is the other foot. This is not the injured foot. This
I
is
hope I can get my horses looking like that.
I believe that you will, because how old is my horse? He's 20 something.
How long did
Okay.
it take you, Linda?
Well, I learned about growing the heels back I learned we were trimming them out in 2016. But I had been trying to grow some heel in anyway before that for about half a year. But see, a lot of these things we didn't know. None of it. Didn't know none of it. I just thought it was okay, grow heel buttress back. I didn't know the whole foot. I didn't know I was undoing a case of Chinese foot binding. You know, these poor Chinese women, since they're kids, are having their feet bent and stuff like that. How long would it take to undo that? Probably never undo that, but you can undo it on these horses. You can. It's like a lotus blossom. Okay, not quite. No, the feet get bigger and unbind, and then they grow the capsule from their unbound position. So you see, that's the whole thing. You're undoing the inner foot so it can grow the capsule from a correct position. So it goes back and forth. See, so a lot of times you're going to have things that are less desirable than what you would want, just so you can restore the true shape and form of that horse's internal foot so that it can grow the support to that foot correctly. This whole area has a specific configuration and makeup and position. And so now we're getting to learn it, and to be able to understand it and read it correctly.
Linda,
Yeah.
with the fact that my mares had never been trimmed until they were 3 and 4 years old and only been trimmed thereafter thrice, taking off the heel, would it make it any better or worse? Would it make it any quicker or slower for their heels to grow back to normal using the way that you're recommending?
Well, you see, that's the whole thing. We can help them gain these feet back.
Okay.
This, see, all of this depends on your understanding. That's the big first hurdle. The second hurdle is foot in hand and applying it, and stuff. Like we have a foot mapping method that is a general anatomical method that gives people a general idea of boundaries to cut things or to grow things, but it is general. And then you add to that your increased understanding of the structure and the anatomy and how it grows together. I mean, you're dealing with two objects, not one that's temporary, growing on and off, one that's permanent. It's not even a 3D object, it's a 6D object, because of the way it's growing and connected together and everything like that. But it's like reading. Remember when we learned to read, how difficult it was, but then we got so we could just read and we'd look and we know, and stuff. And so this is the process that you're going to be taking yourself through. The biggest process will be you and your knowledge and then applying it to the foot. But I know you'll accomplish that. got a bunch of women that are doing it here. So
Yeah, that's true.
we
I
have
don't think
faith in you. We know you're a man, but that's okay.
no other guy out here. It's just me, and it's not the first time. I always see this.
That's
So many
great.
more women in horsemanship, at least in Canada, America, and the European countries.
Yeah.
Home in the Middle East, it was the other way around until recently, maybe for the past 10 years.
Yeah.
I would say that changed.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
And probably in Dubai, are there more women doing any riding or?
Yes, yes, and they even have exclusive clubs for some of them. Whoever wants to have just a women's club, they have
Mhm.
that.
That's
And of
great.
course, they have the conventional mixed clubs. That's all right
Mhm.
as well. But
That's
yeah, a
that's
whole lot
great.
more women are actually getting into the sport.
That's great. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, it really is.
Well, see ya. So you can take this knowledge over there, and
Yeah.
they'll have a plus because they'll probably get there first before it gets here.
Yeah.
They'll probably go, okay, we'll do that. That sounds good.
Yeah, I don't think they did it first.
Yeah,
As
then you'll
you
be
said.
winning the Kentucky Derby, the Belmont, and the Preakness.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yep,
I mean,
and
they
the
apply
Breeders'
this to
Stakes.
racehorses too, right? I'm assuming it's not
Yeah.
just
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's why so many racehorses break down
yeah, they
is
do break
because of their
down.
feet.
And they really I don't really think they knew. I had two flat race horses training with the club, Sharjah Equestrian Club. Trainer
Uh-huh.
came up to me one day and said they were green horses, just recently trained and broke. Um, but 5 and 6 years old. But anyhow, he asked me, he's like, "Do you want to push them because we might be out of time before season?" I said, "No, no, don't push them. Just take it easy. If we make it, fair enough. If we don't, to hell with it."
Yeah,
But
and good for
only
you.
now, thank you. Only now do I realize that there was something wrong because it shouldn't really injure a horse for you to make it do or let it do what it does naturally
Yeah.
if you've left everything naturally because they
Yep.
normally run. So as soon as he said that, something did not make sense again. I said, no, don't push him. It just means you don't know what you're doing. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So they never.
Well, they know what they're doing. They know that's why he said it that way. See,
Yeah,
my mom has had horses on the track for 40 years. Okay. She lives on the racetrack. And so I know exactly how they are. Okay. And I know that most of those horses break down because of what they do to their feet,
yeah.
and my mom won't listen to a word I say. And it's really funny. I went to visit her. And so I go out to the track because she wants to show me this filly she's got in training, you know, and I'm just walking that filly, watch that filly walk away, and she's paddling with her front feet. And I said, well, there's something wrong with her feet. She goes, well, don't say anything. I can't do anything about it. Don't say anything, And I thought, yeah, this filly's going to break down. I visited her for a week and I went home, and a month later and I said, well, how's your filly doing? Oh, well, we had to retire her because she got a chip. Well, why'd she get a chip? Because she's paddling. She can't even run straight, and all the feet look beautiful, but they're all deformed and distorted and they can't function correctly. See?
They can't speak to us either.
Yeah.
Linda, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
So I have a question. So what would you suggest? I mean, we run a sanctuary, and I know you and I have been chatting over Messenger. Hi. Yeah. So what would you do in my situation where we have 22 horses and we've been trying trimmers and farriers and over the years, and it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And like I said, I do it out of desperation, but it's not sustainable, right?
Yeah.
So in Arizona or in Tucson, is there anyone that you know or someone knows who would be willing to learn? And, you know, like, what do I do?
Yeah. Oh. Now, what's interesting is how you said you see it getting worse,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yep. Yep.
That's because of, you know, when he put that model of that foot out there. Okay, I got to put this foot up here. Just a minute here. So that, well, anyway, when he put that model of that foot up there with no heels, then you had people who were struggling. It wasn't working, right? So you had people struggling to try and figure it out. So David Landerville, you know him, who he is? He's in that area. Have you heard of him? Are you there? Hello? Anybody hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh,
I know David.
okay.
Sorry, yes, took me a minute. It was with Luna. Yeah, he used to trim our horses. He trimmed our horses for a year.
Mhm.
And yeah, and
What happened there?
well, one of our horses, our main, you know, the first rescue that we had, he could never fix her feet.
Yep.
And she was always lame,
Mhm.
on and off, on and off, on and off. She had ring bone, she had side bone, but he always was like, never, you know, you can't give a bute, you can't give a prescription meds, you can't do this, you can't do that, blah blah blah, you know, bring in sand, did everything, you know, that he asked for and stuff, but he could never fix her.
Mhm.
But Jamie, who used to trim our horses, who would come down from California,
Mhm.
she she worked with us for about 2 years, and she did excellent job. I mean, it's not the tack trim, but
Yeah. Yeah.
she kept them all very comfortable, right?
Mhm.
So I basically was like, hey, can I, you know, have her come out here and you two put your heads together and maybe something good will come out of it for this horse, right?
Mhm.
And so after, you know, trying to coax her and trying to coax him, you know how farriers are. They have
Yeah.
this I competitive whatever. So
Yeah.
they both agreed. And the day I went to pick her up from the airport and he was supposed to meet us here at 9:30 in the morning, he basically texted me and said, if she touches Dolly's feet, I will not trim any of your horses. So that was the end of that. So
Hmm.
I didn't really fire him or anything. It was just a, you know, pride thing, I
Mhm.
think.
Yeah.
And so we never ever used him again.
Yeah.
So,
Good.
but yep, but that was it.
Yeah.
So
Okay. So David, David read Pete Ramey's book, and Pete Ramey said that he said when I read in Pete Ramey's book that you should take that foot of Jamie Jackson's and burn it into your brain. That's what I did. He said, and he said something about I don't know if it was Pete or Jamie Jackson said something about horses' feet get better as they get older. He said, I believe that even if it's not true. Okay. Now he's a very talented person, he's a very artistic person. Okay. So he kept working. See, I saw him. I'm on Facebook and I kept seeing this in 2016. I got on Facebook and I seen this deal go through my timeline on the vertical. I thought it was a lady trimmer for a long time. And so I've watched him develop, you know, and and me, of course, I was still trimming the heels out or just starting to put heels in and stuff like that. And what I saw between me and David was I went one way while he really advanced in the other direction. How he figured out how to form these feet to force them to look like Jamie Jackson's one dead wild horse foot that wore its heels out. And I'm
Oh,
not
yeah.
saying
Dolly, who we used to trim, her foot went from like a size 4 to a size like 2 in
yes,
between. Yeah.
yeah.
So
And he's obsessed with that foot. Like he like any place he goes, like if he goes to the beach, he's gonna form it in the sand and take a picture of it. When he goes to clinics, he gets down in the arena, he forms it in the arena dirt. He carves it in mesquite wood. And there's one picture he has where he's in a creek and he sees a rock that looks just like a hoof turned upside down and concave. And so he's obsessed with that foot. And so he started rockering the heels, which he calls ramping. Because what that does is you are ramping the heel buttress. What it does is it makes the horse roll back on his bulbs, which pushes the heels forward, which accelerates the whole system of pulling the bulbs down to the ground to make the foot look like Jamie Jackson's one dead wild horse that wore its heels out. Now, this was his goal. And I know that for a fact. I mean, I have a file on him that I've been keeping for years. I have files on all of these people that I've kept for years. Because I don't like what's happening. I don't like the suffering that is going on out there. And I started seeing how detrimental and terrible and awful this was. And so I wanted to understand what is in their head. What are they thinking? Why are they doing this? Why am I going this way, but they're going this way? They're getting worse, not better. You know, weren't we supposed to find the truth about the wild foot? You know, I was raised around wild horses, so the thing gelled with me that the concept is true, the absolute concept is true, but the trim is false. You know, but it's anatomy too. It's not just wild horse feet. I didn't just really study wild horse feet. In fact, I didn't even start gathering up these pictures till I already have put together the whole thing on the anatomy and the structure and the common sense of it all, you know. And this horse has shown me, and of course they all say that crap, you know, well, I read the foot, well, the horse will tell you, well, whatever, you know, we all say the same thing, but there's something really different going on here. So let me show you this picture. Let's see. Hold on here. B C D L. Yeah, I'll show you. Look here. Wait. You know what they say? Know your enemy. No. Okay. He's not an enemy. His beliefs are an enemy to the horse. And that ain't my opinion. That's the truth. But it's not his fault. He believed Jamie Jackson. See, he believed that. And he believes that. And so he stems his beliefs off that. Nobody would do this stuff on purpose. You know? Okay, new share, just to show you. Okay, so see, I've been collecting stuff about him and his trim and how it works for a while. So let me show you this. Just a second here. Okay. Let me move something here. I'm going to make these bigger. Extra large. I got a few other things in here too. You know, okay, like here he is. Here he is forming that foot in the dirt in an arena in the Netherlands. See, he's become a world-traveled clinician now, spreading this all over the place. Okay, so here we go.
I think it's on the other screen. It didn't open
Oh,
up
okay.
yet.
Just a minute. Well, I'll show you this. Okay, this, I don't remember the date on this, but it's quite old. He said left, right here. Jamie Jackson's Mustang cadaver hoof, right here. See it? Right. 16-year-old thoroughbred hoof, 2.5 years after pulling shoes and keeping a 2 to 3 week rehab trim schedule. Now you see how he molded that foot into looking just like Jamie Jackson's one dead wild horse foot. But I want you to see something else. Just a second here, if I can find it. What that looks like. See the feet? Do you recognize that horse? It wouldn't be one of yours, would it?
It looks like it has DSLD.
Yeah, it does. No, it just got these little teeny tiny Mustang rear hooves on it.
No, that's mine.
That's not yours?
No.
Oh, well, it could have been. You know, it's in Arizona.
Yeah, no,
You know,
that's not.
it's in Arizona. That's the same foot he's trying to put on your horses.
Hmm.
That's the rear foot off a wild horse that wore its heels out and died in a roundup. Okay.
Look how straight its hock is.
Oh, yeah, it can't even walk. You know, he recently showed a picture of it where he actually had to grow some heel. And maybe the horse is walking better now. And I'm not sure this is that horse, but this is the foot he's trying to put on every single horse. And he has told people that they may have to suffer while their horse is building their foot. You know what I mean? He has told people it takes 7 years to correct a horse. You know, which, hey, I'm not against that per se. Okay. But the thing is that these horses suffer. Okay. This is not their true foot. And so you're practicing a form of Chinese foot binding by trying to force one dead wild cadaver Mustang's foot on every freaking horse you're trimming. See? So do you know Jan Mulcher? Hello?
No, I don't.
Okay. Jan Mulcher.
Paige Cost trimmed some of our horses at one point, but that didn't work out.
Okay. Well, see, they're all doing the same basic thing. The worst thing about David was he started ramping these heels. Well, then Pete Ramey saw it, and Pete Ramey started doing it. See, they all get these bad ideas, and they just pass them from one to other like an STD, socially transmitted doctrine, false doctrine, disease, like a virus, like a mental virus or something of bad ideas that they just pass from one to the other, you know? So David Landerbell starts ramping heels, and because look how talented he is. Look what he can carve out of wood. Okay? So he figured out how to force that foot to form into that shape. But that's not the horse's foot. See? That is not the horse's foot. Now, obviously, that horse that died in a roundup survived, and we see horses with this foot shape and they seem to get by, but I'm telling you right now, those feet are not functioning properly, and there are more horse. Well, look at. I don't know how old you are, but how long have we been having horse chiropractors and body workers? To the
That didn't
extent,
happen until like the mid 2000s.
yep, it's because of barefoot trimming, because it destroys the function of the foot, which causes dysfunction in all the other bodily parts, going all up into the shoulders, into the back, into the everything. You notice how they had clinics. First, it was just a 3-day clinic on teaching owners about their horse's feet and things like that. Well, then it grew into whole horse clinics. See, because now it's not working, the barefoot trim is not working, we got to blame it on something else. Well, you know, it's about diet, it's about essential oils, it's about, you know, this, that, and the other thing. They would blame it on every single thing but the trim. But I am telling you that that foot is not the foot that any horse ever born on this planet was ever meant to have. It is a foot on a horse that was old and wore its heels out. It is a rear foot. How in the heck did they wind up picking the rear foot of one dead wild horse as the foot every domestic horse should have? And that, I'm not just saying that. They say this. They say this. See, I know his philosophy. What I got here. Yeah, I read all his stuff. I know exactly what he thinks. He, you know, when I saw that his ideas were advancing, it distressed me. I was distressed, not because I give a flying crap about me. Okay, I don't. Do you think I want to sit here 5 freaking hours and every freaking day and everything like that, trying to understand and find the truth? And the suffering that I see is immeasurable because of these people believing this crap. See, here we go. Look at this. Okay, so here, Jamie Jackson's one dead wild mare that he got from the Palomino Valley facility in the book. Look at the heel. It's got a run forward heel, doesn't it? This is a front foot. This is a back foot. This is a rear foot. It's got a run forward heel too. But when you take all these little arrows off that he put on it way back then, okay, you just show it like this. This is what David thinks the horse's foot should be like. If David would have been given a true example, David would have figured out how to trim a horse to get the right kind of foot, because he's a talented person and he wanted to excel in this. Okay. If people just, this image was put in people's heads, and it is tormenting, torturing, killing horses all over the world. And I ain't afraid to say so, obviously. Let me see.
Yeah, he would trim some of our horses every 2 weeks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jan Mulcher. See, here we go. See the cartilages on this horse here? Hold down. Okay, that's not, but look at the artsy fartsy stuff. See, he's talented, man. He takes beautiful pictures. This is his hoof mapping. And this shows you how he already knows what he's doing. He's pulling those cartilages down and under the foot to try and make this foot look like that one dead wild foot, right? Well, look at I want you to see the comments over here. Now, this is interesting. So,
Linda, you're not sharing it.
oh, I'm sorry. Thank
Okay.
you. Here we go. right here. Okay. So with Jan Mulcher, who lives there in Scottsdale, okay, he had her haul in tons and tons and tons of chat everywhere. He trimmed for her for 7 years, and her horse got worse and worse and worse. And finally, the horse was so bad, she called him up and she couldn't get him to come by. She finally fired him. Okay. And I have pictures of her horse, stuff like that. And he had that horse on his website as a success story, even after he was fired. And he had her haul in all this chat. Hold on. Had to have a coffin jag. So you haul in all this chavel and grat and pebbles, and because they blame it on, well, the horse isn't getting enough natural movement on the right terrain. That's what they blame it on. You know, you got to have the right locomotion and the right movement on the right rocks and all this stuff. So he shows this picture on his page here. And over here in the comments, I want to read it to you. So this gal here says, oh, hoof porn. I love it. All right. Look right here. Pete Ramey. Jen, you took the words right out of my mouth. Well, you know what? What happened was David figured out if he ramped the heels, he could just pull them cartilages because it just rocks them under, you know, it just rolls them under. So he started cutting an angle on the heel buttress and trimming the back of the frog way down so that this cartilage would just roll down and under like that, and he could make that foot. Okay, well then Pete Ramey starts doing the same thing. Now, here's what's interesting. I have Pete Ramey's book here, the big, thick, expensive one about rehabilitation, all color pictures and everybody in it. Okay, and he's saying in it, yeah, because see, he separated from Jamie Jackson's methods. And he says in that book, yeah, we don't think that a person should just cut a horse's foot into looking like a wild Mustang foot. You know, we're more scientific or whatever. But here's the thing. He wrote that book, and then later he's on David Landerville's page, who read his other book, who said he should burn the image of Jamie Jackson's foot into his brain. And I guess he doesn't know that this is why David Landerville is doing all this. He's cutting and carving and working to force this foot to look like that one dead wild horse foot. And so then he says, he don't even know what he's looking at. He says, Jen, you took the words right out of my mouth. See, he doesn't even see, these people do not realize what they're doing. You know, this is not, porn. If you want to, you know what pornography is? Perversion. All right. This is perverted. This is a perverted foot. This is not the true foot of the horse. This is a perversion. See? So I find it interesting. Here, let's look at this. Where am I at? Okay, so here's an example of David, how he starts with the horse with heels. He ramps the heel. See that heel buttress there? He will ramp it like this. He'll trim this frog down, and he'll take this and he'll ramp it like that. Well, what's that do? That forces the horse to roll back. And so then it gets it so the bulb skin starts pulling it down and under the foot, down and under the foot, to where finally, look, where'd the bulb skin go? Where are the bulbs? They're under the foot. Look at the hairline. The hairline, and this horse should have heel clear up to here. Where did the bulbs go? The hair is clear down here. Look what he's trying to make it look like. This is Jamie Jackson's one dead wild horse cadaver foot. Right here. See that? See that? See, I put this together. Okay, but look here. Here's Jamie's one dead wild horse foot. How would you fit that on this foot? Now, Paige Poss, this is one of her cadaver foots, okay, that she removed the capsule off of and the skin. Okay, how would you, here's the coronary band, the caps, it's got to look, you know, like so. How are you going to fit this foot into this capsule? If you took, this is the capsule that would go on this foot. See, it's not just me saying it. A picture is worth 1,000 words. This is not my cadaver foot. This is Paige Poss's cadaver foot. And she does beautiful work. Okay. But because Jamie Jackson has put this image in their heads, this is what they see, even if they might look at this or look at this or look at some of the other wild foot that is just like this that Jamie Jackson has, or no, that Pete Ramey has on his website, that shows that horses have heels. Jamie Jackson made a mistake. And then tell me, where's the pictures, Jamie? All horses have feet like this. Are you kidding me? But I believed that. Okay, I believed that. This image was put in my head. When you take people who don't know anything and you seem to be sincere and you are in a position of authority and you are convinced that you know the answer yourself, and then you come off like you're an authority and you teach them what you know, that's the way, that's what you put in their brain. That's why whoever controls education controls the world, controls what people will do. What you were taught from a child, the first images put in your head, even if it's totally bogus, in reality, that is what gets put in your heart. He put the image of this foot in my heart, and I tried to put it on my poor horse for, well, I did Gene Ovanik's trim for 2 years, and then from 2007 on, okay, till 2014, till I trimmed my horse one day, and I mean, man, I got them feet were looking just like that. I was keeping up that, 2-week trim schedule, and it wasn't because he told me to, David Landerville. I never followed him. I just seen his posts go through. Okay, it was because I seen I needed to make that foot conform, because it kept growing heels on me, And the last time I did that trim, my Valor was standing there, and he went to move off, and he leaned way, way, way back, and he moved a foot over, and it was if he was saying, "What happened to my feet? Where did my feet go? Did you cut my feet off?" See, that's what these trims do. I see these people all over the internet. Here lately, I seen this group going through, and they're all about body work and stuff. These women leading these poor, lame horses with their heels cut out. And everybody's going, "Oh, well, what are you feeding him?" See, we know from Henry Hamerling's article that when this doctrine of frog pressure first arose in the 1700s, that men tried it. They trimmed the heels out of their horses and crippled them. But they didn't quit. They just said, "Oh, must have to do it slower." See, so you can do it slower. And you can make the foot, in many cases, hold together. In Arizona, the feet hold together. Here, they will not hold together because of the moisture. See, I was down there in Arizona with my mom, and she went to a racehorse rescue over by Tucson. And really nice lady. Lady had a rescue horse there of one of the highest selling race horses in the world as a 2-year-old. That horse, the most crippled thing you ever seen in your life, because of the way they trimmed his feet. So he wound up being a rescue, you know. And so she had a corral, or well, it was an arena with shade covered deals there, where she had maybe 8 horses, 8 thoroughbreds. And I was telling her about this other horse's feet. I said, I think his feet could be fixed. I said, but you need moisture. She says, oh, no. When we get moisture, the horse's feet fall apart. The horses go lame. And see, she had just shown me those horses in the arena telling me what good feet they had. But then when I said they need moisture, she said, oh, no. When it rains, all the horses in the arena get sore-footed. Because, see, that perople holds and binds the foot. And then as soon as you give it moisture, it unbinds the foot and the horses get sore, which is why your pony is sore. See? Anyway, this is all the truth. Whether people like it or not. I'd ask you, David Landerville, how are you going to put this capsule on this foot? I'll tell you how. You just gradually keep trimming the heels out till you pull this cartilage down here, and you take this cartilage heel and you shove it up into the foot like that, and you can conform it and force it into this foot. That's how. Okay.
So you mentioned about the when the horse's feet got wet that they would be sore.
Mm-hmm.
If I soak Lamage's feet, will he be sore for a day or so?
He may.
And how often should I soak him?
Well, see,
That's
you know,
the same question I had, Linda.
yeah. Well, the thing is, when they get water, they grow. If a horse's hoof capsule is so small that if his foot were to be released by the perople because of moisture and you trimming it off, then, their foot can release into nothing. You know what I mean? To where this part is sticking out and there's just a little capsule there. So I would just start tentatively, soak them for a day, then take a look at them. You could get together with me and we'll look at them and see, do we want to kind of keep him a little more dry and let him try and grow in and expand that way, or kind of alternate, things like that.
So, Luna, I did check her feet and I re-soaked her immediately after, and she's still kind of ouchy, shifting a lot. So should I continue to soak her or should I give her a break?
Well,
will that disrupt the
giving her a break is not gonna, it's just gonna make the foot
contract. I mean, go back.
So I would soak them for a couple more days, and then we'll get together and you can take some pictures, and we'll see what you can start trimming and what you need to do to get that capsule so it will start to open up and release her foot.
Okay.
Yeah. That's all I can think of. Every horse going to be a little different in how bound their foot up, how much you need to have it grow, more capsule in, things like that. On some of this stuff, especially with ponies like this, we're kind of in some uncharted territory.
Right.
Trying to fix people's screw ups, trying to fix my own screw ups from doing these trims. Okay, I trimmed my pony into mechanical laminitis, and I'll get together with you and show you the mini feet of Jackie. Okay. I trimmed my pony into mechanical laminitis using these trims, trying to give her that Mustang foot, just like they tried to put on your pony. See, if we were to look at that picture, you can see it. That's what they're trying to put on your pony. Yeah. He
basically just took the grinder and just went flat across everything. Just,
Yeah.
you know.
Which you could have done that and then elevated her foot way up. Okay. If you trimmed out the frog, you elevated her foot up to where it wants to be. Okay. Like with DIM material, which is dental impression material, you make a prosthetic, you can trim a lot of that out back there because it's all curled in and binded in your foot anyway, right? So
Right.
you can trim a lot of that out and then support their foot up in the air so it's not trying to pull up more. And then it will expand. See? Because it's like an ingrown toenail. Have you ever seen somebody's, well, like a picture maybe of an ingrown toenail where they're just like curled around, and that's kind of what you got there.
Yeah.
You know,
I
it's just
think he took out like stuff in the right areas, you know. He just kind of did it all in like one plane. That's it.
Yeah.
Just, so yeah.
who
And then
did
of
that?
course I told him he made her bleed, and then he took the torch and he burnt
My
the
God, who did that?
wall. One of the farriers in Tucson who's been doing it for like 20 years.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but and then like I said, he came back and he threw a little wedge in there, wrapped it with vet wrap, and off he went.
Okay, so he did he put those little wedge pads on her?
No, that was the first time when we first got her. We had taken her up to Cave Creek, and they put the glue on shoes and
Mhm.
wedged it real high.
Yeah.
But that was 2 years ago.
Okay.
But this time, you know, because Jamie, who had come down from California, she was like, let's try putting some glue on so she can grow a little bit, you know. And so
Uh-huh.
she did that, and basically, I mean, she was fine. She was doing great. So, but I don't know how to put aluminum shoes on any of them. So
Yeah.
that's all the farrier, because, you know, he's been doing it for years. So he did that. He, like I said, made her bleed and stuck the glue on all over the place, and then just she was instantly lame, like right
Oh,
then and there. Yep.
yeah.
And she's been lame since you know, I mean, it's the last month she's actually gotten better, but I know her
Mhm.
feet need to be fixed. She can't be, you know, so like you said, all cramped up in there. So
Yeah. And you know, like I said, I can't promise you anything.
oh yeah, and I get
You
that.
know, but
But
maybe together
yep.
we'll figure out a way to help her. But I do know that you have to get moisture to these feet. These feet have to unbind. Well, I mean, well, how else is it going to happen? And I can show you, well, I'll just show you some things
Right.
to show how they can unbind. Um, you know, I can't say I've been wholly successful with my pony,
Right.
but I've
Well,
made
like I
some
said, I have no one.
progress, you
I have
know.
no one out here, so I'm, you know, I got to get some help for her, because yeah,
Yeah, you're all she has,
yeah.
you
So
know.
I will do my best to follow what you tell me to.
Okay, well, I'll do my best to try and figure some of it out and help you, but
Yeah.
I can't guarantee you anything. So,
And I totally get that. That's
you know, but
okay
who
with
knows?
me.
Maybe
Yep.
we'll figure something out to
Yep.
where we will just learn how to do it. See,
Yep.
this is the only problem. Figuring out how to do it. Okay. See, I know it can be done, even if they've worn away their coffin bone,
Right.
because okay, because there's a guy over in Greece. Angeliki helped him. He bought a place over there. He had an olive grove, and he just wanted something to eat the grass. So he wound up getting this horse, this poor, thin, skinny horse, that had torn half its foot off, a rear
Mm-hmm.
foot. And so they worked on that horse. They grew it a capsule, but the back of the foot was good on the horse. Wasn't bound up, not anymore. And so they were able to grow a hoof capsule, and that horse runs all over the place. And so I knew then it is not the coffin bone that is the most vital. It is the back of that foot, having that big support and all that.
Yeah, we had a mini who had, complete rotation. He was like, he lived for 4 years with us, and he didn't die because of his, feet. He had chronic asthma and, all sorts of like kidney disease. And so that took him. But you would never even think that he was never lame. And it was just like a miracle pony,
Yeah.
But so, and like I said, his coffin bone was like almost out of his hoof capsule. So
see there,
Yep.
so just maybe we'll figure out some good things that'll be able to help other people too.
Yep. So
who else
Yeah.
gonna do it?
exactly.
And how much can you afford?
Yep.
It ain't cheap, is it?
Nope.
Getting them
Nope,
to do
not
all
at
this special work on them and stuff like that.
Because we're a sanctuary too, I think they have that mentality where, oh yeah, this is good enough. And no, it's not. It's like, but
Yeah.
that's just how they work. They come
Yeah.
out here, they want to do 7, 8 horses in the middle of 110-degree day.
Yeah.
And then they just, kind of do it half-assed and leave.
Yeah.
So
I know. I call it the slam bam, thank you, ma'am trim.
Yep. Yep. That's exactly. And
Don't even
put
get a
the same
kiss.
trim, the same trim on everyone.
Yeah. Oh. And you
So.
can't blame them. They're most of them there to try and make a living, and
Yeah.
that it's so hot, and
Yep.
yeah. My
I mean,
husband.
I was paying the guy who actually screwed her feet, who got her so bad, $95
Oh my gosh!
for a trim. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. He gave
That's
us a discount
crazy.
because he usually charges 100, so he charged
Oh
us
my
90.
goodness gracious!
Yeah. There's people out here in Middleburg that charge
Wow.
$300 for a trim.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness! See, this is what I say. This whole thing is the hoof care industry. Okay, as I've looked at the history and things like that, I have seen the most disgusting greed in people. And when I listened to Jamie Jackson's interview, and he comes to this place where he says his last day in Wild Horse Country, and he says, I came up to this cliff and I had kind of a mystical experience. A dark shadow came over me, and it said to me, your time here is done. Get the hell out. Your life is about to change. Yeah. And then he leans forward and he tells the interviewer, and you know what I charged when I came out, meaning the money he charged? Because he came up with this idea from either himself or this deep dark shadow that loomed over him, that, hey, I could just trim and make as much or more money per trim than if I had to buy all these shoes and put all this iron on. You understand? And that was his deal. See, that, selling books and stuff like that. Why would you even say that? He said, and he tells the gal, and you know the story, because I guess, see, he was over in the UK and he did some clinics or something here a while back. And I guess he told the story to her of when he came out of Wild Horse Country and how much he charged to do a natural trim. See? And so you see, this is the foundation is built on error and greed. And so you see this in all of them. All of them.
Yeah,
was
we
ask you about
Hey. sorry, go ahead.
Casey LaPierre,
Oh yeah.
because I have two friends that told me yesterday that they're going down to his school in Florida.
Mhm.
And I went on his webpage and he literally has no pictures of his work.
I got some. I can show you some. Yep. And it's not good.
And then the one girl, she went down there a couple months ago and she just bought a new horse and she started trimming him. And now his stifles are locking.
Yep.
And I'm like, she must have trimmed his heels out. And now his heels are too low behind and that's making his stifles catch.
Exactly. Yeah. See? Yeah, here's something that happened. So we had a couple gals here and they were coming to her chat, and there was this one gal, she's a young gal, really nice and stuff, and she's starting to trim her aunt's horses and stuff. And so her aunt said, well, you need to go somewhere and learn. Okay. And she was in tact and she's learning about tact. And so she's gonna go to Casey LaPierre's just to learn to use tools and stuff, right? So I thought it was a good idea. There's another gal down there, lived kind of close to her, said, hey, why don't you go to his clinic? Don't listen to nothing he says, but why don't you go to his clinic and at least learn how to use tools and stuff?
That's what I told the one girl. I'm like, maybe don't set his theories in stone, but learn how to use a rasp and a knife.
Yeah. Well, so they go and they're calling me while they're there, and they said that, they would mention Jamie Jackson. He didn't have a problem with that, but when they brought up my name, he got really agitated, and he was really mad at me for saying that the horse's digital cushion was like whale blubber because it's adipose tissue. Okay. And whale blubber is adipose tissue. All right. And so all you got to do is just put it in to Google, boom, boom, boom. What is a digital cushion made out of? Oh, adipose tissue. Okay. What is whale blubber made out of? Oh, adipose tissue. Why did they used to get whale blubber? To melt it down to make this golden oil that they would burn in lamps. I put these feet in water and I soak them, and I see big globs of golden oil come to the top of the water. I put a foot in the oven one time to try and dry it out, and I come in and there was like a quarter of a cup of golden oil in there, and I bet I could have used it to burn a lamp. Okay, but he just was really irritated that I did that. That I said that, and I'm on the internet, and I don't know how I knew that because I only say that in a Hoof chat, So I told him, I said, don't, because I've seen his greed. All right. I've seen the greed in the hoof care industry. It's disgusting. First of all, they all borrow and plagiarize each other. Okay. And then they charge exorbitant prices to do what they do. Like a consultation. $500, $600, just different things like that. So anyway, the girls went and they got hooked. See, if you sleep with dogs, you're going to get fleas. Okay. And I'd rather get fleas. But anyway, teaching.
He seems so creepy to me. When I look at pictures of him, I totally get the how you can look at people and just tell that they're up to no good.
Well, I don't know about that, but
okay.
I do know some things. I do know that he was a follower of Jamie Jackson. Okay. And that then he separated from him, and that then he got into this. See, Dr. Rick Redden took parts of Gene Ovanix and parts of Jackson, and then he put that together. He called it the 4-point trim, and he started equine podiatry. So then Casey LaPierre, you know what that is? we're going to call our barefoot trim something else. See, it's marketing. See, the whole thing, it's all about marketing and what you can do and how many people you can get in your classes and how much money you can charge them and that kind of stuff. You know, so equine podiatry is just barefoot trimming. That's all it is. But if you call it podiatry, it makes it sound more medical.
Does he
You know.
trim the heels out?
Well, I'm not sure, but I, you know, they all trim the heels out to a degree. He was a farrier, so they probably take the heels back to the base of the frog, but I'm not sure. Okay, but I do know that they cause stuff like, let me show you here. Oh, we're just really dissing people now. People are going to be upset.
I just wanted to know because I haven't been able to see. I've gone on his website and his Facebook page, and there's pictures that they have of cadaver feet. But I wanted to see if he had pictures of horses that he trims, but I guess he
Yeah.
doesn't trim anymore.
I'll show you some.
Or if he had like a model of a foot that he used, but
yeah, I can show you. I got a file on him, his stuff. Let's see here. I even have a message from him. Let's see, where are we at? FGHIJJK. These people are not your friend. These are businesses. Okay? He's a business. Jamie Jackson is a business. David Landerville is a business. Okay? These aren't my best friends. These aren't my best buddies. These are people that are selling me a product, right? Okay? So I have every right to criticize their product, you know? But you got the whole barefoot world thinking everybody's just a bunch of BFFs, you know? And they all act like a bunch of cheerleaders on a football squad. Just a minute here. Where is KHIJK? Let me find. Where are you, Casey? Just a minute here. J. What is going on? Just a second. Why has my Casey LaPierre file disappeared? Oh, I might have accidentally stuck it in something else. Well, maybe I didn't put it in a file yet. Let's go down here. Huh, I'm having a hard time here. Okay, I see what I'm doing wrong. Just a second here. I'll show you some feet he trimmed. And feet that have been trimmed by equine podiatrists. Okay? GHIJ. That is weird. I don't understand what's going on. Huh. I may not be able to find them right now. I have a whole file.
don't worry about it. I was just curious. I wanted to see if I need to have more knowledge to be able to tell my girlfriends, you know, this is a problem with barefoot trimming, other than bringing them to your page and maybe getting them to join the Hoof chat.
I'll send you a bunch of these pictures because I just found them.
Okay.
Okay. So this is all stuff that I have on him and his trim. Okay. And so he's a farrier. So you know how we started this out about I don't believe you should dress down the wall?
Right.
Okay, well, he does. So So Rick Redden, so they adopted some of the stuff from Gene Ovenick. One of the things that Gene Ovenick was that he, in his research, was that when he took board imprints of these wild horses' feet, he noticed there were four main points that seemed to bear weight: the two sides of the toe, which is the toe quarters, which came to be called pillars, and the heels. Dr. Rick Redden, a vet, picked this up, combined this research of Jamie Jackson and some of the stuff out of Gene Ovenick, and he invents the 4-point trim. And in that trim, what you do, and in Gene's trim, and Gene's a wonderful person, okay, not at all in the same league with these other people, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, Gene because of what he learned from the wild horses, he thinks that the pillars are weight bearing, so he leaves those a little longer. Okay. And so Redden, he leaves them a little longer too, so they'll kind of bear weight on the sides of the toe. And so then when Casey LaPierre joins the equine podiatry thing, and because he's also picked up part of Gene's maybe he got it from Redden, who got it from Gene, well, then they leave the pillars long to bear weight. Well, if you leave the pillars long to bear weight, they were never intended to bear weight. They start to jam up, and they jam up into the hairline. And then when they don't jam up anymore, they start to flare out. Well, you're a farrier. What do you do with flares? Okay. You rasp it down so it looks like it's not flared, right? So that's what Casey LaPierre does. So there's a video of him trimming on YouTube, and he said this is a great foot. And so I'm going to show you the results, and then I'm going to show you another foot trimmed by an equine podiatrist. Okay, so in the video, okay, he leaves the pillars long. Do you got the picture in front of you there?
Yeah, I can see it.
He leaves the pillars long here. Now, can you see how they're flared out?
Yes.
Can you see how they're jammed up?
Yes.
Because, okay, so, and you see how they've been rasped down?
Yes.
You see the crack?
Like they were sanded off.
Yeah.
Like it looks like he sanded the bottom third of the foot.
Right. And so that's what you call dressing down the flare. So they're trying to make the horse bear weight on the sides of the toe. And so what happens mechanically is that once it's all jammed up this way and nowhere to go, then it starts flaring out this way, and you're still leaving it long. You're weakening the wall by doing that, but the wall starts to pull this way and that way and starts to crack in the center of the toe because of the leverages on the side of the toe. That's what's going on there. And then just the look of the foot is weird. That's what the foot looks like. You see how the back of the foot, yeah, they trim the heels down. They may just take the heels back to the base of the frog, but that will do exactly what you're seeing here. That looks like it's prepped to get a horseshoe on it. Well, yeah, because he's a farrier, so a lot of that trimming style is in that as well. But see the bruising, the red in the foot, see how curved. Okay, we were talking earlier about how you tend to think this area is jammed up, but that's not always what it is. It can also be because the capsule is bent. And so when it bends, it'll arch that part up. But now the coronary band is pulled down here. See? And the cartilage is pulled down here. Coronary band's supposed to be straight, not curving down here. And so wait a minute, get out of the way. Okay, so that's what it looks like in front. Look, there's a crack in that toe too. See it?
It looked like a negative. Was that a negative palmar angle?
You mean that?
Yeah.
He's headed that way, I would think.
It's definitely flat.
Yeah. Okay, here he is dressing down the wall. See there? Because his pillars are flaring because they're trying to leave them long to bear weight. Okay?
How do you take flares out?
You have to grow them out. You know,
Um,
and first of all, you got to realize, why are they there? Like when I showed you how on my horse, when the back of in this horse, all the anatomy in the back of the foot's being pushed in, it's pushing into the coffin joint. You see this big bump here? Okay, the coffin joint is pushing forward. When the coffin joint pushes forward, it pushes the toe down. And when you lower the heels, it forces the whole wall forward. So what you got is a situation where the foot is pulling one way and the wall is pulling another. The foot is actually pulling up and out and back out of the capsule, and the capsule's actually being, these are the leverage forces being pulled forward. That is why it looks like this. See, this capsule's being pulled this way, but the foot is being pulled that way. Okay, so then you get these cracks in the toe, and see what he's showing you here is how you put this rasp up here. And so you don't want to
Look at
have,
that dish.
yeah. So he says you got to rasp this whole toe down till you don't have that. That's what furriers do. So that's what he's doing. He's weakening the whole wall. So yeah.
But the dish is still there.
Dish is still there, but yeah, it's still there. It's just carved out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because the dish is naturally there because that's in the capsule. But look how red the wall is here.
I can tell just looking at that horse's foot and its pattern that it's really unhealthy.
Yeah, look at the big bump right here. See, because all this anatomy is pushed into here, pushing into the coffin joint there, which pushes the joint forward, which takes because the coffin bone's attached to that joint and there's nothing here, you know, the coffin bone isn't going to go this way. When that joint is pushed that way, it pushes the toe back this way. And that's why you got all this red and bruising and stuff like that. Okay, and yeah, they're trimming the heels out. This is not even, that's not real heel, because it can't be, because look, see how this is curved down? See how the cartilages are being pulled down? So there's probably some real heel buttress still there, but they're trimming it out. And this horse is probably going to make heel. He's probably got strong cartilages that are going to want to pull up, and it will pull the sidewall around and make some heel. But you should never have this arch here like that. So, okay, so that's, let's see here. Okay, here we go. He thinks that this is a deformed foot, and he thinks it's the real foot. Because remember what Bracy Clark said, the eye soon gets used to deformity and does not perceive it. So he had this foot, took the hoof that they trimmed, just like that one we just looked at, took the hoof capsule off of it. He saw that this was pulled down, because see, I did this. I trimmed a horse for 8 months. It had good feet when I started trimming it. I didn't know that. Okay, would have had a straight coronary band. I trimmed the heels out for 8 months. It pulled the whole back of the foot down. When I took the hoof capsule off, the cartilage went back up to where it was supposed to be after the horse died. That was a horse I trimmed for somebody. I didn't kill it, but it colicked. So this is a deformed foot. So this is his theory on how feet work. Okay, he sees this arch. This arch is deformation. Remember, I showed you that one foot. I said, how would you fit this foot into that capsule?
You said it arches because it's basically being squished.
Yeah, being bent.
Yeah.
Bent down and under. But it's so common, they think it's part of the anatomy. See? So then they take a foot that this is done to, and they come up with a theory. They come up with an interpretation. Just like Jackson walked into that corral, all hell breaking loose, roping a horse in there, you know, giving him shots, cutting his cojones off. He's in there trying to measure take pictures and just looks at the back of that foot and says, oh, they have no heels. I'm getting the hell out of here. I'll go get me a cadaver foot, you know? And here's the thing too. Gene Obenik has pictures. See, the two men did not even know each other. Jackson did his research in 1984 in the Litchfield Corral. Obenik did his research with BLM in Wyoming and Montana, 2 seasons in the same deal where they roped the horse, string him out. He took pictures and everything. He's got pictures. Okay. So, again, where's Jackson's photos? So these people see deformed things. They've already got a bad foundation of error built into their knowledge to begin with. And so they just make one error on top of another. And then they make the science, they make the foot fit their bad science, and the science fit their deformed foot. And so this is what he teaches in his school right here. See, internal arch theory. Now look here. Here's a wild foot. Does this foot, look at the coronary band, how straight it is. Look at the heel buttress.
Bald.
Okay, not like that, is it?
No.
Okay, here's a dissection he did. Probably feet they've been barefoot trimming for whenever. Horse finally dies. They get to look at the feet. The feet are
This
deformed.
awful.
What?
The foot looked awful.
Yeah.
It was bull-nosed.
Yeah, and look at the hairline. 30-degree hairline, just like that one dead wild horse foot. Look here, the frog. This foot, the hair is pulled down so far. Okay, if you look at a good foot, the heels are below the frog. Here, the frog has been pulled below the heels. This is an internal foot here. See? Okay, here you go. This is Casey Lop, Institute of Applied Ekman Podiatry. What's that? What is that there?
Your nemesis.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to show you some feet that were trimmed by, okay, this is his horse's foot. All right, this is a picture of his horse's foot that he sent me. I was on this page that finally got kicked off of because I told this gal that was running the page that she might be trimming the heels out of her horse, and she got mad. I was nice. I'm not rude. They don't like to be told stuff. So he sends me this picture because he's on this page looking for students, promoting himself. And he was telling me their class was almost filled up and they had, I don't know, 30, 40 students. They could get 11 more that just wanted to look on. I said, how much you charge for that? Because he said they were real satisfied with the response they were getting. I said, how much you charge for each person? I remember he told me I added up, it was like $30,000 it would have been or something he's going to make off.
How much?
Well, by the time all is said and done with the students he had and everything, probably about 30,000, 30 to 60. I can't remember. Well, yeah, when you got, 25, 30 students paying so much a piece, make $25,000, $30,000. And I said, oh, no wonder you're happy about that.
Right.
And so he sends me this picture. He says, this is my horse's foot. Well, look how the bulbs are pulled down under. Look at that slit. Yeah, they do trim the heels out. Okay, because the bulbs should not be under the foot like that. I'm pretty sure he's got a perople frog. Okay. I'm sorry, but I'm enjoying this. Let's see here. Yeah, everything he does is, in my opinion, Not good. Now I wish I could find this picture of these feet that were at a stable being trimmed by an equine podiatrist. Just a minute here. Maybe I will find them. I don't know. Oh, here they are. Okay, so here's the 1 foot. Okay. So TAC member, who I don't remember who, sent me this picture of these feet right here. And this is equine podiatrist Tim. Okay, look at the crack in the toe. And why is that? Because they leave the pillar long to bear weight.
And he dressed the whole hoof, not just a third of it.
What'd you say?
He dressed the whole hoof, not just the bottom third.
Yeah. Kind of looks that way, doesn't it? You know, and a lot of them are taking, well, look at how far that crack is up there.
They do that so that they take off all of the forgot what do you
all
call
the perople, dead perople skin and
yeah.
Yeah.
And the lines. I forgot what are the lines called? So I'm drawing a blank.
Horn tubules?
Yeah, the tubules. So you can't see their mistakes.
Boy, that's a truth. You can't see it. You know? But I don't think they know that though. They're like, he doesn't know he's doing this. These people don't know that this is what they're doing. They really think they're doing the right thing. But here's the thing. Would they change if they learned they weren't? After they have charged people so much money and they've already written books and they've already plastered it all over the internet and they've already charged out the yang, do you think they'd change?
No.
Yeah, no, they won't. They'll fight you tooth and nail to the bitter end. Some of them might, but see, won't that test what kind of people you're really dealing with?
Right.
You know? So this is what that trim ultimately can do. I'm not saying it does it to everything, but it is mechanically set up to make this happen. It's mechanical. It has to happen. You know, when you leave these pillars long like that, they become levers on the side of the toe, prying the toe out this way and the toe out that way. And so, and then plus you're creating a flare. No, it's not even a flare. You're creating a dish in the wall by the way you are forcing the bony column in out of alignment, shoving the coffin joint forward. And then you're lowering the heels of the capsule, forcing all the tubules forward and the toe forward, and it creates a dish that they think is a flare. And so they got to rasp down the wall here. And so you're leaving the pillars long. They become levers.
And then you dress the top layer off and then the hoof capsule just splits open.
Yeah. Thank you for seeing that. It's all mechanical, you know? Anyway, so that is there. And then here's a funny deal. So we had this gal from the UK, and she's an equine podiatrist. She was an equine podiatrist. And man, she got intact and she just loved it. And man, she started doing dissections and inviting people over and doing stuff and this, that, and the other, right? And so I told her, I said, this is not equine podiatry. And I said, equine podiatry is just a marketing name. What equine podiatry is really just barefoot trimming under another name. And she got so mad at me because she wanted it, because she paid a lot of money to get her certification, you know. So she blocked me she blocked me, and she just kept doing her echo and podiatry and then added tax stuff to it. You know,
Hmm.
so you know, people are that way. They want that certification. They want, you know, they want to look like they're more than they are. You know, so I don't give a rat's butt if any farriers come into this. I don't care if any barefoot trimmers, farriers, hoof gurus, what, I don't care. We're just gonna get horse owners, you know. I'm not gonna kiss these people's butt. You know, I'm not gonna change who I am or what I think or criticizing their business. You know, they could be very nice people, you know, whatever. But it sure seems to me like people ought to know by now something's up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, like, is the person that took the pictures with that huge crack, are they proud of their work?
Well, see, that's it. It was a girl that was intact, that she was seeing what this equine podiatrist was doing. The equine
Okay.
podiatrist didn't take the pictures.
Okay.
It was a girl intact at this stable. And I can't even remember who it was. And it was like 3 or 4 years ago, you know. And
Okay, got it.
so I just remember her saying, look, this equine podiatrist is coming and trimming these feet. This is what I saw first. This is what I saw later that made me understand why this was happening. At the time, I was like, what are they doing? You know? So when I watched his trim and I saw where he left the pillars long, okay, because that's why those are toe quarters. They're not pillars. They were never meant to be major weight bearing stations, you know. So then I knew from these, and just, all of this is from many, many different things. It's like being a detective in a crime, you know.
But I
And
see, like, with the farriers around here, that for horses that wear shoes, they all have long, long quarters. And then the quarters slide forward. And then the
Yeah.
horse has no heel, and they have these stupidly long quarters,
yep,
and they never shorten them.
yeah, they don't know.
They just like create the
Yeah.
shape of a hoof instead
Yep.
of shaping the hoof.
Yeah, they don't know hoof structure. You know, they don't see how the horn tubules in the quarters can grow clear forward to the toe, and so that's going to pull your heels under,
Right.
and it's going to force your toe forward. They don't know hoof structure. This is the most ridiculous profession on the face of the planet.
It really is.
Yeah, this is all a travesty and a shame. You know, I mean, it's so ridiculous that so many animals are suffering to this degree. So many, it's horrible.
It's really
Anyway.
sad. I see a lot of horses suffering.
Yeah.
Many horses suffering.
Yep. And it was
And I used to feel sorry for ponies that didn't get their feet trimmed.
Mhm.
And now I'm like, yeah, you're better off.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's yeah, I know, that's sad.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, people tell me, well, should I have this come and trim it? Well, maybe not. No, don't. And everybody gets screwed when they use farriers, like Marilyn. Marilyn got screwed. Shit. Now the gal didn't mean to screw her, you know, and stuff like that. But she had been trimming Dolly and was kind of headed in a good direction there. But you know, she's in her 70s, and so she was hoping she could get a trimmer that would, you know. And the gal did good. She didn't take the heels down, but she did this number, which she sent me a picture, so I'm going to show it here. Just a second. Okay, new share. Okay. Remember I said that trimming from the top deal? Look at that. See, that's what farriers call dubbing. Okay, and I believe she is trimming from the top. I mean, look at that.
Yeah, that looks like Paige's work.
Okay. So what happens is, see these horn tubules here? Okay,
Yes.
they wound up growing clear up here to the toe.
Right.
And then also pushing the toe forward. So she wasn't taking the heels down, but because she didn't know what she's doing here, they don't know how these tubules work and what they do. You know, and so you have to keep an eye on them all the time. These guys here love to get out of line, you know. So anyway, I don't mean to, I'm not really trying to belittle anybody or anything like that, but what they do is in error, and what they charge is highway robbery, in my opinion. You know, it's pretty bad too when, see, as I say it like this, like, okay, everybody needs to read the thing about the barefoot movement and these people and the part they played in it. Timeline of the barefoot movement. Okay, I'll just show you this real quick. We read it a couple weeks ago. Right here. Because see, it's got Casey LaPierre in here too. Okay, how he is with it, and then he's separated. Got Pete Ramey, how he's with it. He's separated.
And then there's the whole Duckett's dot guy, right?
Yeah, he was a farrier, but he wasn't involved in none of this. You know, he was a farrier trying to, the farriers have been trying to figure it out for a while, but they had so many false teachings in the vet schools they got infested with. But see, I mean, the history of this is insane. The number of narcissists that have been involved in this profession and promoted error is insane, all in order to try and be the one that sold the book, sold the shoe. So, do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's insane. You know. So, anyway, I would read this. This is a start. You need to read this. Need to understand it. You need to read this. Never Blue Farm, Henry Hamerling, who was a top-notch farrier and scholar and researcher, in articles here and right here, and she has a deal on Strasser reconsidered. Right here, the proper hoof angle. Here's where it all starts. Says from the earliest recorded advice on hoof angles, because they're always looking at dorsal wall angles. Okay. Simon of Athens, 430 BC, Exonophon, just a minute here. Make sure I'm sharing the right deal here. Exonophon, 380 BC. Each insisted that there should be no contact between the frog and firm ground. From Morgan's translation, 1893, Xenophon says, and I don't know why he took part of it out. In buying a horse, the first thing you have to look at is the feet have to be high in front and high behind. He doesn't say that. See the 3 dots? Why he took that out? I don't know why. High in front and high behind, meaning high heels.
Right.
Okay. The first things you ought to look at are the feet. High ones, heels, keep what is called the frog well off the ground, while horses with low hooves, low heels, walk with the hardest and softest part of the foot at once, right? The bulb's on the ground. So he says, there is no change in this attitude for the next 2,000 years until the middle of the 18th century, 1700s. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Well-known writers recommended high hoof angles. And then he gives examples. In 1556, Blunderbill recommends when trimming to remove more material at the toe than at the heel. The heels are to be left strong. Another guy said to pare the foot as little, carve it out, as little as possible at the heels, but to pare it well at the toes. Okay, Solicel urges that the heels of the forefeet are not to be cut away, but left strong. Okay, so it says this is the way it was. Accepted angles change from high to low, meaning low heel, introducing frog pressure and expansion. Then something strange happened. Lafosse, he's a French guy, over in France, in 1754, broke with more than 2,000 years of tradition and experience by recommending a low hoof angle, half moon shoes. You know what half moon shoes is? That's where there's no shoe on the back of the foot, just on the front.
Weird.
Yeah. Well, because if you put a shoe on there, how are you going to lower the heels enough to get frog contact? But they're doing it now. It says also called tip shoes, the frog and frog pressure. Lafosse says, shoe him after my method because it will oblige him to press upon the frog, which is, you see how they all use this natural stuff? You know, natural, man. See, ever since Darwin, all right? Ever since Darwin come along, they're all like obsessed with natural this and natural that and what's natural. Nature is a shrew, by the way. She's not nice. So it says, which is natural point. He says the frog is the natural point of support for the flexor tendon. That was his opinion. It wasn't proven fact, wasn't nothing. He's one of the first people to really put a super elaborate book together on horse anatomy, the whole horse. And so he paid to have that done. And so anytime you could have a book in that day, you know, it was like he became an influencer. See, because there were no books like his. And so this doctrine, everybody's so impressed by his anatomical drawings where the whole freaking horse is just laid out and everything like that. And so he became, what you might call, well, yeah, he became like a YouTube. I am not a YouTube influencer. I do have a YouTube channel. Okay. I barely get any hits anymore. But he became like a big influencer because of his book, because books were precious, all right? Let alone books on anatomy like this. And so he says it was wrong in theory as it was in practice. Lafosse's low angle and frog pressure theory met with some acceptance and some resistance. The master farriers of Paris published a refutation of shoeing with short shoes and at a low angle, lowering heels. So this other guy, Osmer, these are all people that write about the hoof, notes that when he tried Lafosse's methods, okay, lowering the heels to gain frog contact with the ground on his own hunting horse, the horse became lame in both front legs the first time he rode him. That was in 1759 he wrote that. Nonetheless, this guy, this just shows you the stupidity of people. No, nonetheless, I'm going to do it anyway. Osmer also advocated a low hoof angle, frog pressure, and short shoes, just not quite so low and short. And Lafosse's method spread. Now, when the French vet school opened there, they had the first vet schools. And I think that was 1761. Okay, so he comes out with this, what was it, in wherever it was, 54. So in 1761, this guy named Beaujolais, he's of the aristocracy, he's elite, he's a horseman, he's a lawyer. Okay, he, not that all lawyers are bad. Okay, but we also know that they pretty much destroy us. Okay, he's a lawyer, and he decides he wants to open a vet school. And so he opens a vet school, and he can't stand Lafosse, but he adopts his frog pressure low heel theory. And from there, it's spread over to England, to where in 1793 or something like 1791, they opened their first vet school. And so that's he doesn't tell about that part of the history, how the vet school in France adopted it, and it was spread for 40 years before in 1791 the first vet school in London is opened. And this guy Sandbell right here, he's a Frenchman that graduated from the vet college in France, so that's what he believed. And so by now, you know how the English are and how the English were with the French, anything that was French, and stuff. So, the uppity English spoke French, things like that. The king's married. Everybody saw Braveheart, right? Remember, the king was married to a French gal. All right. So if you did anything, you wanted to be like the French. So, of course, that belief spread over there. So Sandbell was the first head of the veterinary college, and he followed Lafosse's thinking. Okay, John Lawrence tells us that Sandbell lamed many horses by lowering the heels too suddenly, and committed other errors in shoeing. That was in wherever. Edward Coleman. Now, Sandbell dies. He's only there 3 years. He dies. And the king appoints this guy named Edward Coleman, who is a flat out bipolar narcissist. Doesn't know anything about horses or veterinary surgery at all. He just takes everything Sandbell said, and he makes it the rule and law of the school. And he starts trying to develop things like frog pressure pads and patent them, and shoes and patent them. And he's just trying to make money off of it. And he rules the school for 40 years. And within 8 years, he writes a book on everything about the anatomy of the horse's foot and how you should shoe a horse. And that book, after 40 years, became written in stone and is passed down to every farrier since then. And so this is where your farriers get their stuff, from this. Okay, so it says Edward Coleman, who was the head of the London Veterinary College from 1794 to 1839, but had no experience with horses or shoeing. He just followed what these other guys were doing, both in position and in his theories. Coleman preached frog pressure and low hoof angle. So, this guy here, the next guy, talks about Bracy Clark. Them two became enemies. This guy Coleman was always slandering Bracy Clark. Bracy Clark found out that the frog pressure doctrine theory was wrong. And so he preached against it and he tried to do something about it. And he saw how horses were suffering. But this guy thwarted his every move to try and make any advancement in getting it stopped. And so what's funny is these barefooters, like Jamie Jackson and many others will quote Bracy Clark and say he was against shoes. No, he wasn't. He was against frog pressure. He had his own shoeing method. See, but they just cherry pick. He was against the way the horses were being shod at the time because they're trimming down the heels to force frog pressure and it contracts the heels. And he found out that was all false and he fought against it his whole life. And he died with a broken heart because he saw that he couldn't do anything about the tremendous suffering that it was causing throughout the known world at that time. See, so this is where all this nasty, nasty stuff comes from. Now, these people like Jackson and Strasser, they read about this stuff. They know about this stuff. Dr. Boker, who is supposed to have invented and come up with this hemodynamic flow thing, that blood path, that was a belief that has been in farriery for 200 freaking years. It's nothing new. All these people have done is taken the same garbage and repackaged it to make it worse. Because now, now it's not just you're hiring an expert to kill your horse, to torture your horse, to lame your horse. You can be taught how to do it yourself. Isn't that special? See how disgusting the whole thing is? It's disgusting.
And 250 years later, nothing's changed.
Right. Oh, except they're now going to charge you an arm and a leg to teach you how to kill your horse. See, I had a gal who put 2 horses down because of the way she trimmed them. And she says to me, she said, when I think of what I did to my horses, because her eyes got open, she said, I want to slit my wrists. Why wouldn't that cause somebody to kill themselves for real? People kill themselves for less, right?
Right.
Okay, why wouldn't it? What about
paying somebody to do it?
yeah. What about people that get killed on horses? What about horses with bad feet trip? Right? People get harmed. Back now, Bracy Clark writes about how so many people got maimed and lamed and killed because of horses tripping. Now, he talks about in his book, which you can get on the Internet Archive, a hippodonamia. Hippo is Greek and horse in Greek. Anyway, he talks about the carriage horses and how they had to add check reins. You know what a check rein is on a carriage horse?
Yeah, it goes over their head.
Yeah, to keep them from what?
From putting their head down.
Right. They got to jack their heads way up. Okay, now in Black Beauty, Anna Sewell thought that it was because of fashion. They wanted the horses to look fancy with their heads up in the air. Come to find out, I'm reading Bracy Clark's book, that wasn't the reason at all. The feet were so bad on the horses, they were tripping all the time. The only way they could keep them from tripping was to jack their heads way up in the air.
Wow.
What kind of suffering do you think that caused? And so he talks about a major carriage owner there in London who saw the brutality of this and the suffering it caused. And so he said, that's it, I'm going without that check ring. But he had to put it back on because the horse is tripping.
Wow.
See, isn't that horrible?
Yeah.
See, he describes in his book, due to this frog pressure theory, the tremendous amount of suffering and the people that got killed because of it. Well, there are still people getting killed. people ride other people ride horses. A lot of people intact don't or didn't. Well, they are now because their horses' feet are getting better. But do you have any idea how many people have quit riding their horses because their feet were so bad?
I know so many people who don't ride, they own horses, and the horses are crippled, and they spend all this money, and they still use the same farriers.
Yeah. And the farriers don't know. They're oblivious. So what does the foot of the horse prove? A single digit on the end of an animal's leg. What does it prove? It proves that mankind can be so deceived, so deluded and so deceived in the
Right.
highest realms of academia, trickling on down. So, but guess what? We're gonna, if we don't make a dent, we'll just really tick people off.
Okay. Well, at least save our own horses.
Right. And I want to do more than that. Okay. I want to expose it. I want to get it to a degree where I can expose it to where even if, I don't know how that's going to happen, but I feel a calling to do that. It's beyond helping my horse now. It is this cannot continue. See, this has I'm not dropping it. Here's the interesting thing. So Jamie Jackson becomes a farrier in the 70s, okay? And he's shoeing horses and stuff. And somebody gives him a book by Leslie Emery and these two other guys, horseshoeing theory and hoof care. And so he calls Emery and they become good friends. And he decides he's going to go out there and live in California from Arkansas here. And he goes out there and lives and shoes horses with Emery. Emery advocated heels on a horse. Okay, he advocated all that. He talked about the bad damaging stuff about frog pressure theory. His book was excellent. But dear Mr. Jackson goes out there and becomes his buddy. And the next thing you know, you're not hearing from Leslie Emery ever again. Who takes over? Jamie Jackson's teachings on horses have no heels and frog pressure theory. How weird is that? Now, the thing was that he became friends with Emery, and Emery was so enamored because Emery wanted to know about the natural horse, the wild horse too. And so I'm sure he had a job or something. He let Jackson go do the research. And this is the research Jackson brought back to him that made him think that his work was no good. And so he quit it. And he started making barefoot hoof sole rafts and radius rafts and things like that. And he quit advancing horses' heels after that. And his book was so popular there for a while that he was invited in 1988 to speak at a farrier conference in Lexington, Kentucky. And he said, well, I won't come unless you let my friend Jamie come too and talk. Because see, they had no interest in Jamie. All right. But Leslie Emery was so enamored with all of Jamie's so-called research that he wanted Jamie to come with him. And so they said, okay, well, he can come and talk too. All right. So Jamie Jackson winds up doing there. And that's where my friend Rich Clark was when he said the first time he heard him, the only time he heard him and Gene Ovanek were at that conference. I said, well, what did he talk about? He said, well, I don't know. It sounded religious. See, why is that? Because it's all about nature worship, you know, about, oh,
Right.
natural this, natural that. So Jamie Jackson writes 2 timelines on the barefoot movement. One is not that one I told you need to read by Yvonne Wells that's in the barefoot movement, but he writes another one. He writes another one that he publishes there, though. I got copies of both of them. And in it, he talks about how in 1988, which she doesn't talk about Leslie Emery, okay? He talks about Leslie Emery and him going out there. That's how I knew he went out there to shoe with him and stuff. And he said, he talks about in the first one, how Leslie Emery did that, said, well, I will only do it contingent upon Mr. Jackson coming to and being able to present his research. So, and he says in his timeline, then they presented his research together. Okay, so then later I find another timeline that Jackson writes on the same deal, going from when he first became a farrier down on through when he wrote his book, and also with his friendship with Leslie, and when the farrier conference comes up. Okay, now remember the first one, he said that Leslie Emery said, I'll come if you let Jackson speak too, right? Okay, but then in the second one that he did later, he changed it up. He said, Leslie Emery and Jamie Jackson are invited equally to come and speak at the National Farriers Convention. What do you think about that? Do you understand what I just said?
Yes.
See, and that's just like the stuff I'm telling you, no pictures. Okay.
The fox is in the hen house.
Yeah, that's exactly it, man. That's exactly it. Leslie Emery was brilliant. He's still alive. I called him. I cried when I found out the guy was still alive, because I assumed he was dead. And so I found him here last week and I called him and talked to him for a while, but anyway, I don't want to talk about all that conversation, but yeah, he hook, lined, and sinkered everything Jamie told him, so that he thought, because Jamie told him, and he says this, yeah, that stuff you wrote in the book, that won't work. See, he told him his ideas, his theories would not work. And so, the fairies invited him because that book was getting popular. People were applying it. They were seeing results. They wanted him to come speak. But he got sucked in by the stuff that Jackson fed him. And yeah, so he believed his stuff didn't work. When I talked to him on the phone, he said he tried the trim, and he said he couldn't get it to work on all horses. And I kept talking to him, and I say the true foot of the horse, right? So I kept talking about the true foot of the horse, and he finally goes, what do you mean, the true foot of the horse? He said, what do you mean true? And he says, you're dangerous. I don't know. He said, you're dangerous. That's dangerous. I said, what do you mean? I'm like, kind of blew me away. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, I had a PhD in psychological mythology, psychology, and you shouldn't, basically he doesn't think you should be saying anything is true. You know what I mean? That this is nature's hoof, and nature designs the hoof the way ever nature is going to design the hoof, and you can't know anything. So see, he got sucked into this nature crap. All right. And so he quit doing his wonderful research. Anyway, but he's a great guy, but he thinks I'm dangerous. Good. At first it hurt my feelings, and I was kind of taken aback. And then I'm thinking about it a couple days later. Yeah, that's right, I am. Okay.
It's a compliment.
I want to be dangerous. I want to be dangerous to the lives. You know, do you understand what I'm saying? I want to be a danger to somebody that's going to put out crap and get me to laming my horse. You know, I want to be dangerous, but not in the sense of, you know, hurting anyone, but in dangerous to those ideas, you know, to bringing those ideas down. Those ideas, this has to come down. This has to be exposed. You know, I find one error after the next in these books. Just when I think I've seen it all, I see some big other bunch of crap. You know, manipulation, uh, it just don't hold true, you know? And again, it boils down and back to where the pictures. I want to see pictures of 1,000 feet, you know? And if you lived out there with the wild horses for 4 years, where are your pictures of that? Okay? And he'll try and make some excuse like, well, you know, I wasn't a very good photographer. Well, he sure took good pictures. I've seen other things where he took excellent pictures. He sure took an excellent picture of his base camp with his truck out there in the boonies. You know, couldn't be any clearer. Why couldn't any of the pictures of wild horses that he lived with be from him? You know, get his books and look. I went through every single photo in there of wild horses. They're either from Jim Hansen, a couple other guys, or the BLM. You know, he might have one or two. That's it. You know, if you lived with wild horses 4 years, would you make it sound that way? Okay. And if you measured, examined, and photographed 1,000 hooves, where's the pictures? See, got a lot of suffering going on due to everybody trying to put that one dead wild horse foot on, you know. And that's something I said to him too, because he thought I was trying to say every horse's foot should be alike. And I said something like, but yeah, you're taking that one example, you're taking that one dead wild horse foot that Jamie got, you're trying to put that on everything. And then he kind of, you know, it was like I hit it, it was like I, you know, like a short circuit kind of deal. You know, so anyway, thank you for let me talk about this stuff. My heart is vexed like all the time. You know, I can't give it up. I won't give it up. I will keep pushing and stuff because
it's important to know where all this comes from.
It is. It is. You know what I heard? I was looking up the other day that saying, you know, those who don't learn from history are destined to repeat it. That isn't actually what it says. It isn't the word destined. It's the word condemned. Those who do not learn from history are condemned to repeat it. You know,
our horses are condemned.
Yes, they are. And these horses have been condemned. Now, it wasn't as bad in the wild West. Okay, that's why I collected all these pictures of Charles Russell and Frederick Remington and looking at the horses' feet. Okay, a lot of the cowboys and of course the Indians didn't have shoes on their horses. And you look at their bronzes, you look at their paintings, the worst feet were on the cavalry horses. Go figure. You know, and we go back in history, we look at the Greek horses, they all had heels. All these wild horses got heels. You know, so, you know, he's already on record blabbing his mouth on YouTube about how he thought when he came out of that corral after looking at a couple of feet that they had no heels. You want here? Okay, so what you do is you go to YouTube. You should all go to YouTube and listen to his interview. Okay, go to YouTube. Hush, just a minute here. Oh, wrong deal. Just a minute. You go to YouTube. Let's see, new share. And you just type in Jackson hooves. Okay. And then his videos come up. And I taped this too, just in case it got removed. I keep expecting to come and find it gone. Oh, it might be gone. Too bad. I taped it. Too bad. So sad. So sad for you. Let's see. Maybe not. Maybe it's still there. Let's see. Oh, nope, it's still here. Here we go. This is how the barefoot movement began. Just a minute here. New share. Gonna optimize and share sound. Optimize video clip. There we go. Okay, here we go. Listen now, this starts.
I said they got no heels. At that, I didn't understand exactly how the heels were conformed, but flat as a pancake. And he goes, "Oh," I remember he's moaning on the phone.
Now he's talking about Leslie Emery. Okay, as soon as he got out of the corral, he called Leslie Emery. Well, they didn't have cell phones back then, so he had to have been in town by that time. Okay, so he goes into the BLM corral, looks at a couple of feet, decides he needs more tools or something, gets out of the corral, and he calls Leslie Emery, who you remember wrote a book that was the exact opposite of what he promotes now. And he gets out and he calls Leslie Emery. And so this is him talking to Leslie Emery. Now, this is so weird because this is an interview, okay? This is an interview he's having with the gal over in the UK. This story he's telling is clear over in here somewhere. This is his channel. He takes the recording from this interview and he takes that specific part, he cuts it, he doesn't cut it out, he copies it, and he puts it at the very front. Why? Why? You know, why did he say he was equally invited to the barriers conference when in truth it was Leslie Emery who was invited to the barrier conference to share his work? You know, why in the acknowledgments does he, in the first book he praises him, in the second book he says, oh, he'll always be in my confidence. In the third book, he just mentions a vet and a couple guys that wrote a book that he read. Why has this man become like a zero to him? You know, why did he take this story out and put it at the beginning?
I said they got no heels. At that, I didn't understand exactly how the heels were conformed, but flat as a pancake. And he goes, "Oh," I remember he's moaning on the phone. He said, "What about the angles? From what I can see, they're high. They're not low." He said, "How can they be high when there's no heel?" I said, "I don't know. I got to figure that out, you know." So that's another whole story. There was the story in the corrals, and there's a story with the horses. And then there's a story about when I come back with my clients, into domestication and how Jamie Jackson's going to deal with all that. Right, the wild horse model is just beginning to present itself.
Okay, so if you find that place where he talks about this story with Leslie Emery, He also tells Leslie Emery that Emery's ideas are not going to work. What you said in the book is not going to work. That's what he told Emery. So there was a chance there that if that guy's book would have kept going and this Yahoo wouldn't have gone out there to shoe with him, that Emery's book would have kept going and you and I would not be here today because our horses would have heels. Maybe. Anyway, his book don't work. Well, I'm here to say his book does work and that he's right and this Yahoo is wrong. So that's that. So we got some jerk off on here that wants to come on this channel, okay, and see this. I'll tell you what, you go tell him horses have heels. And we don't believe him. We don't believe his research and all that. There you go. I'm sick of these freaking people. Anyway, don't mean to get radical. But you see what I mean? They have no heels. What the frick?
I said
They got no heels.
At that,
They got no heels.
At that, I didn't understand exactly how the heels were conformed, but flat as a pancake.
Flat as a pancake. They got no heels. Flat as a pancake. There you go. Okay. Anyway, okay. I've ranted and raved.
Linda, your mic's off. Are you coming back, Linda?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes.
I muted myself. I should have done that earlier.
No.
I have to go to bed now.
Okay. Okay.
But thank you for everything, and I'll be back in touch next week and let you know how the soaking goes.
Okay. Hey, I do think we broke a record. All right.
Thank you for everything. Good night.
You bet. Hey, everybody, I'm going to let you go.
All right.
I'm
All
just
right.
trying to get in trouble.
Linda, Linda, do you think that there might be some correlation between how the Nez Perce outran the cavalry? Because the cavalry had bad feet.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all. You know,
I love the Appies, though.
oh,
I don't want to
yeah.
take anything away from them.
Yeah, no kidding. No. Hey, that's very possible. Okay, because the Army, okay, would have, of course, with the vet schools and the French vet schools and the English vet schools and stuff like that. I mean, you can notice it visibly that the Army horses have contracted feet in the paintings, but the cowboy horses don't. And the Indian horses don't. How weird is that?
How sad is that?
Yeah. Yeah, it's pathetic, isn't it? You know. So anyway.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay. Well,
It's Maria Woolley. I'm
okay.
on a computer that says Missy, but good to hear you.
Okay. Thank you, dear.
Okay, good night.
Okay.
God bless
Good night. Hey, everybody. Have a good night. And we will see you next week. Hi, Roberta. Hi, Missy. Oh,
Uh,
Missy left.
No, I'm right here. Good
Oh,
night.
you're still there. Okay.
It's Maria.
Okay. And
I
hi,
have a
Mary
lot of
Bird.
aliases. Good night.
Okay.
Good night, boy.
Hello and good night.
Good night, everybody. Let's see. I got to figure out how to get out of here. Got to get out of here. Alice Cooper. Da, da, da. Let's see. Okay. Let's see here.